No way would I have eaten a pizza and a papadilla today. God damn it. I can't. My left thumb and my right elbow are disabled. So when I try to pick up a piece of food with my right hand, like I normally do, I can't. I can pick it up, but I can't bring it to my mouth because I need to bend my elbow to bring it to my mouth. And I can't bend that much. So the food can't make it to my mouth with my right hand. But then, so I do my left hand. And so I go to pick up the piece of food with my left hand, and I can't bend my thumb all the way. So, although I could bring the food to my mouth, I can't even pick it up in the first place with my left hand. This shit sucks. Anyway, how's it going, everybody? Big Ijo Kuna Gaming here once again. Bada bing, bada boom. Alright, cool, you guys can hear me. Big Ijo Kuna Gaming here once again. So guys, I'm gonna try food later. Right now it's gonna be water, because I'm dehydrated. Let's see how I need to pour water from my jug into my bottle with ice in it. Okay. A little bit there. Shit, am I charging my board? Okay, I am charging my board. Okay. I need to blow my nose. Blowing my nose is a challenge because I can't bend my right elbow to get the hand with the tissue all the way up to my face. Okay, let's see. Ow. Water in the bottle. Okay. I did it. Water's a little easier because I don't have to squeeze my thumb as much to hold the bottle. I'm not doing too hot. I'm doing a lot hot. I'm doing a lot better now than I was like 5 hours ago when I had to go to prompt care. And I was like extremely like fatigued from the blood loss and the dehydration and the hunger and the constipation and the lack of cleanliness. I fell off my skateboard today, and on my way to go take a shower, I fell off my skateboard. So I'm like 3 days overdue for a shower. So so I fell off my skateboard. I went over a speed bump a little too fast, and it bounced me up, and of course forward. So that wasn't fun, but I recovered. Apparently I went to shock, because I went in on I like had to scramble to get myself up because I'm in the middle of the road, and so I had to scramble to get myself up, and I had to, I'm hurting and all my stuff's flown over, my backpack got stuff and my cell phone's flown out and on the road, and all this stuff, and my skateboard's over there and I'm over here, right? And so I had to quickly grab all my stuff, but I couldn't move. Like that was the thing, is like I couldn't move. The fall itself wasn't particularly bad. I mean, I got scraped up a couple of times, that's why I went to prompt care, but the fall, what would I say? It doesn't, so the fall itself wasn't too like bad. Like I didn't break bones or anything, right? It's like my thumb feels a little like swollen, but that's about it, right? Nothing too bad. But the thing is, I was laying on the ground in the street, and I could hear people around like asking me if I was okay, and then I could kind of see them from the corner of my eye like coming over to see if I was fine and trying to help me and stuff. So that was a bit embarrassing, but so eventually I kind of like got, because the thing is, whenever I fall off my skateboard, I'm in so much pain from it that like I kind of just want to like lay there and go to sleep. Like that's like my instinct. But obviously I couldn't. I'm in the middle of the road, so I had things to do today, right? So luckily it was my day off. I wasn't in a rush or anything. But anyway, I got up, went to the side of the road, just sat on the sidewalk curb, but my entire body tensed up. Like I was sitting down and my entire body tensed up, and it was my entire body started tingling. First it was my arms that started like tingling, like you guys know when like your foot falls asleep, right? It was that tingling sensation. It was throughout both my arms. I could feel it from my fingertips all the way up to my shoulders, and then I was sitting at the road trying to catch my breath, or sitting at the on the sidewalk trying to catch my breath, and then it was my arms, and then I felt it in my legs tensed up, and then I felt it up into my head, like my face tensed up too, and so my entire body is tingling, that your foot falls asleep sensation, right? The last time I felt that sensation was when I starved myself like 7 years ago, and I very much consider that to be the lowest point of my life. But yeah, anyway, so I was getting this sensation again. But not only that, I couldn't move. I was sitting there and I couldn't move. I couldn't move my legs. I tried to move my arms, but my arms tensed up. I couldn't like bend my fingers at all. I couldn't make a fist. And then like my fingers started like getting stuck together. Like they started like my index and middle finger on my right hand like kind of just like clasped together, and I couldn't break it apart. And I looked like one of those like the disabled like people who like they're like kind of having a seizure, or like they can't move their whole bodies properly or whatever. I like looked like that, and there was this tingling feeling, and I couldn't open my mouth. Like I was thinking like, oh, what if I this is only getting worse, I need to call someone for help. But I couldn't open my mouth. Like I couldn't open my mouth at all in order to speak. So, like, I could only make like the tiniest opening in my lips to like exhale air, but that was about it. So that was really scary. So that was crazy. So anyway, this guy who was on the sidewalk across the street, he happened to notice, and so he came over to me and he kind of coached me on what to do because he basically he described that I was having the same symptoms as someone who was having a panic attack, basically like I was having a panic attack. Um, so he walked me through. He had experience with it before, so he kind of like walked me through, deep breaths and all that to try to calm down and stuff like that. But yeah, it was crazy because that's the first time I've ever like had that, and I think it's because my body went into shock when I fell because I didn't expect to fall at all. I was thinking about you know concepts and ideas like miles away from where I currently was when I was skateboarding, so I wasn't really paying attention. That's why I fell in the first place. So when I ended up falling, my mind couldn't keep up, or my mind, because I space out a lot, so I wasn't even mentally in the situation when I fell off my skateboard this time. So that's I think my body started tensing up and stuff because my mind kind of came back to reality, and I was in all this pain. So it's probably what happened. So anyway, that was a hell of an experience. That took me about an hour to recover from that, enough to where I could actually like stand up and actually go home. And then about an hour after that, after I had left, I went to prompt care because I had two pretty bad scrapes on my body from the actual fall, and so I had to go to prompt care and get those dressed up because I tried to do it myself. The last time I fell on my skateboard, I tried to dress my own wound, and it ended up getting infected. So, and I dealt with that infection off and on for months, so that wasn't fun. So I was like, okay, I'm just gonna go to the doctor, and I'm gonna go to prompt care. I'm gonna, get this done. Get my wounds dressed professionally, cleaned professionally, and medical grade equipment and stuff, so that I don't risk getting an infection. Because I don't want to have to deal with this. Like, I don't want the wound to heal and then afterwards have to still deal with it, so that's typically what an infection does. So anyway, yeah, so that was my day. So after I went to the prompt care, they dressed my wounds, they gave me an antibiotic that I picked up, and then when I got a meatball sandwich from the pizza place. This morning I was planning on getting a Papa John's has this mix and match, like get two items for $7 each or whatever. So I wanted a pizza today, so I was gonna get a meatball pizza with Alfredo sauce, as well as a papadilla. It's like their little pizza sandwich kind of thing, which, according to Review Bra and according to Joshua Weissman on YouTube, is pretty terrible, but I don't give a shit, right? So yeah, I just needed food, so whatever. Anyway, I ended up not getting that, right? Because I'm so like out of it. But the rest of this day has just pretty much been, when did I fall? Like about 6 hours ago. So this whole day has been just like basically just trying to walk it off, essentially getting it taken care of. So yeah. Anyway, that is not what I wanted to talk about. So we'll press A here to go on to my next topic. look at this guy. Well, is there like sound playing? I want to mute this. It's a tad loud. Audio. Alright, that should be a little better. Anyway, so what I wanted to talk about is because I don't remember when I last streamed, like, was it 4 days ago? Something like that? I don't know. Anyway, I've been doing a lot of research, and basically this no, it's cute. Basically, I've been doing a bunch of research, and I've discovered multiple things. I was gonna say 3 things, but I don't know if I have 3 things here. Anyway. What do I start with? Oh yeah. I don't know if you guys have heard of this, but there's this new thing that they invented. The collective of humanity. There's this new thing that's out. It's called Chat GPT. Chat GPT. Yeah, Chat GPT. And basically, it's an AI, right? It's an artificial intelligence that anybody can use. So it's on a website. You just go on to openai.com or something like that. I don't remember the website. OpenAI. Just Google ChatGPT, OpenAI, and there'll be a website there. You click through the website, and then it lets you use it. It's basically ChatGPT is basically a messenger, right? You think of like Discord or Skype or something, right? It's in that format, right? It's basically kind of structured like Discord on the web page, but it's not Discord. It's not a chat, or it's not you don't talk to other people. You talk to this AI. Basically, the AI is programmed to respond back. You type in something in the chat box, and the AI will respond back to you with relevant information on whatever it is. It's not necessarily having a conversation with you, but it's giving you, it is responding to you. The whole premise of it is like it predicts the next word in the sequence of words, and it just does that with every single word until it forms coherent thoughts or coherent sentences or whatever. But it's not like how chatbot was back in the day, right? Where it gave you the silliest of things or whatever. This one actually, this AI is trained. The ChatGPT is trained on like mailable in the world, but it's also capable of interpreting that information in a coherent and easy to digest way. So basically, you go to ChatGPT, you start a new chat, and you type, let's say, I don't know, you type in, I'm going to buy a new smartphone. Which one should I get? It's not going to tell you a direct answer, but what it's going to do is it's going to respond to you like, hey, I can help with that. Basically, here are the different kinds of smartphones that are available. Here are the pros and cons of each one. And then if you tell me a little bit more about like what you need specifically, then, we can narrow down your choice so I can help you make an informed decision, right? It's going to give you all of the information relevant to whatever you're trying to figure out. And it doesn't just have to be like, oh, I'm going to buy something. It could be, I don't know, it could be, you could type in the chat, you could say, write me a poem about two monkeys falling in love. And it'll write a free form poem with a rhyming scheme and with like a creative process. It'll write you a poem about the topic that you told it to. You could do the same prompt. You could say, now write me a poem about two monkeys falling in love, but it is a series of haikus, and write it all in Japanese. Or write it all in the style of like ancient Japan poetry, and it'll do that. And you can tweak, you can basically have it do any, not only can you ask it anything or tell it to do anything, but you can adjust the details of whatever you're requesting in order to get very specific, detailed responses of what you want. Anyway, but again, it doesn't have to just be requests either. With ChatGPT, when I first went on it, I had a logical discussion with it. What did I do? I have it up on my phone. I don't want to get it. Basically, I had my first conversation with ChatGPT was I was debating with the AI about the ethics of artificial intelligence, how it's going to be integrated into society, what the consequences of it could be. Should we give AI human rights? I debated that with it. And the thing is, it remembers, it's not just question and answer with this thing. It remembers the responses that it gave and that you gave throughout the entire conversation. So, message 1, it could bring up a point. And then in message number 15, it could contradict that point. And then my reply to that could be, hey, but by the way, in message 1, you said, in your first message, you said this, but now you're contradicting yourself. And it will go back and it will understand that and recognize the contradiction and say, oh yeah, you're right. I contradicted myself. Here's what I really think about the matter. And the thing is, I was having this debate with the AI because I was going, what was I should pull up the actual example of it because this is, anyway, it's superb. It's amazing because I went so deep with this AI. What was it? This thing's got to refresh. Anyway, I've been asking this thing all kinds of questions. I've been having discussions with it. I'll ask the AI a question, and then it will give me an informed response. And then I will debate it on its response. I'll say, but wouldn't that be bad because of these reasons? And the AI will read my message and acknowledge my concerns that I bring up. Like, yeah, it'll say like, oh, you make a valid point about this issue. However, or it'll even agree with me. It'll be like, you make a valid point, and I agree. And, that is a possibility that could happen. And so here's how we could avoid that problem, or, anything like that, right? Let's see here. Oh yeah, it wasn't about. Okay, I did argue with this thing about the ethics of AI. Okay, so I was about like 30 messages deep into this AI, and so I started this conversation. I asked it, could an AI simulate the personality and likeness of a deceased person? Basically, this is like the first like real conversation that I had with this thing. But so basically, I asked the AI, I was like, could an AI simulate the personality and likeness of a deceased person? So basically, I'm asking, could I computer program the personality of a dead person on here, right? Like, what got me thinking about this is I saw a video of, it wasn't this program, but it was something different. Someone on YouTube had programmed a an AI that could produce and have a conversation with you as if it was a specific a specific Twitch streamer. In this case, Asmongold, because I've been watching a lot of Asmongold for God knows what reason. But anyway, someone made an AI of Asmongold. Asmongold's a Twitch streamer. Someone made an AI of Asmongold, and when the person asked the AI questions, the AI would respond like Asmongold would. It would respond with the same memories, the same stories, in the same mannerisms, use the same catchphrases, and basically have the same thought patterns as Asmongold. But it was a computer. It was a computer program responding, but it was very similar to Asmongold, and it wasn't perfect. And it did repeat a lot of it. It repeated itself a lot, right? If you know, it became very samey after a while. But the idea got me thinking, what if you're married to somebody and then that person dies and you're still alive? What couldn't I use an artificial intelligence to copy their personality and basically bring them back to life in robot form? Obviously, not bring the actual person back to life, but bring their likeness back to life, bring their personality back to life, resume my relationship with them. And it basically acts as the same person. Couldn't I do that? With enough, assuming that you have enough like recordings of like conversations between the two of you, and you have enough data for the computer program to replicate their personality. Couldn't you do that? Super interested in that, because that's a problem I see a lot of people having. Your husband goes to work one day, and oh no, the nuclear reactor at his job blew up, and he's dead now. Well, now you're a single mom with like a 3-year-old kid, and you gotta figure out how to get past this tragedy and move on with your life, right? How are you supposed to do that? Well, you love the dude. Husband back to life, so to say. And yeah, the husband's gone, but at least you don't have to live without him necessarily, right? And obviously, not all people are going to take advantage of this, but I think it's a very real thing. It's a very real thing that, people would want to do. And not even like real people, or not even with dead people necessarily, right? It will be very popular with that, but it could be with alive people too, right? What if two guys are in love with the same one girl, and the girl picks guy A, or guy number one. She picks guy number one, and she dates him, and they get married, and they live happily ever after. Well, guy two, guy number two is all out of luck. What's he supposed to do? He's still in love with the chick. He just makes a robot. He just makes a robot AI that is an identical copy of the girl he's in love with, and then he lives with that. There you go. Oh, people want to date a popular Twitch streamer. But obviously they can't because she's a Twitch streamer and they're all having parasocial relationships with her. Well, not anymore. Into an animatronic robot, and now all of a sudden, these millions of simps on Twitch can be with their have uses for this. So I'm super curious about that, because that's honestly, like, with how our culture's going, that's pretty much the area we're gonna end up in. So anyway, so back to the ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT, I'm like, could an AI simulate the personality and likeness of a deceased person? And so ChatGPT responds, it's like, yes, it's possible to create an AI system that simulates a personality and likeness of a deceased person. This is known as a digital twin, which is a virtual representation of a real-world entity or system. To create a digital twin of a deceased person, researchers would typically start by gathering information about the person's lifestyle and personality, including written works, recorded speeches, and interviews with people who knew the person. They would then use this information to train a machine learning algorithm that could simulate the person's speech patterns, writing style, and overall personality. Obviously, with, like, I don't need interviews with other people or whatever, right? If I have a wife and I know she's going to die eventually, every time we talk to each other, every conversation we have, whatever, I can just put an audio recorder in front of us, record the kind of conversations we have with each other, plug that, give that to an AI learning program, and then have that thing take, thousands of hours of audio recordings of my wife, and then once she dies, the AI can just take all that sample, all of those recordings, and then just become her. It's a very real thing, and so obviously, that's how we would circumvent that. And a lot of people would want to do, like, popular streamers, YouTubers, people who have very heavy online presence. So there's already a lot of information on the internet about each person available for the AI to take off of. So that was my own rambling, but the ChatGPT goes on to explain, while it is possible to create a digital twin of a dead person, it raises many ethical questions about the use of such technology. For example, would it be ethical to use a digital twin of a deceased person to create new content, such as new books or movies, without their consent? Would it be ethical to use a digital twin to create a chatbot or virtual assistant that interacts with people as if they were the dead person? These are important questions that need to be considered carefully before developing such technology. Basically, ChatGPT here has moral standards saying that, hey, the dead person didn't consent. So, and this is basically identity theft, right? A robot is pretending to be a real person, and the real person isn't around to stop it or say no. And so my response to that, because you guys know I love the gray area between what's right and wrong ethically. I love this stuff because I don't think anything is right or wrong. I think everything in this world is justified. But most people disagree with that. Anyway, so I wanna have a discussion with the AI robot. I want to be able to bring up these concerns of mine and have a real debate. And so I do. My response to what ChatGPT just said is Is it necessary to consider the lack of consent of a deceased person? Any kind of identity copying done by a digital twin would not be intrinsically harmful to the real person as they are already dead. And so ChatGPT reads my response and replies to me. It says, while it is true that a deceased person would not be harmed by the creation of a digital twin, there are still ethical concerns that need to be considered. One such concern is the potential impact on the deceased person's loved ones and the broader community. For example, if a digital twin of a deceased person were created and used in a way that the person would not have approved of, this could be seen as disrespectful or even harmful to that person's memory and legacy. Similarly, if a digital twin were used to create content that misrepresents or distorts the person's views or beliefs, this could be seen as a form of dishonesty or exploitation. Additionally, there is the question of whether it is ethical to use someone's likeness and personality for commercial or other purposes without their consent. While a deceased person may not be harmed by such use, their family and loved ones may feel that their privacy or dignity has been violated. Overall, while the lack of consent of a deceased person may not be as pressing of a concern as it is for a living person, it is still important to consider the ethical implications of using someone's likeness and personality in this way. Very valid response, and you can tell. That's the end of the reply. And so you can tell ChatGPT considered every word of my question to it and worked to counteract my points in this logical argument. It even brought up that, because I had mentioned that identity copying wouldn't be harmful to the real person since the real person would be dead. And so the ChatGPT in its reply had actually, I had just read it, had actually said, while the deceased person may not be harmed by such use, their family and loved ones may feel that their dignity had been violated. This AI is responding to every single little idea and detail that I am posing to it. This thing makes the best. This thing is pretty much the best, argument partner that, that I could face, essentially. Because I'm shooting ideas at it, and it is responding to my ideas, but then counter-arguing them. It's like I'm in a debate club. It's fascinating, and I love this. And so, of course, I have my own response to ChatGPT, right? I'm continuing the conversation. Because while I'm having this conversation, I'm coming up with my own counter-arguments. My reply to it is, different forms of media have used historical figures in their works without their consent, representing them in even fictional ways. How is this any different? Right, I'm bringing up the concern that, you can go make a movie about George Washington, being a badass American hero who has a pet eagle and a shotgun and, kills gangsters in the city of Harlem, for Uncle Sam. You can make a movie all about that, and that's totally butchering the dude's likeness. George Washington was just some farmer who had to become president, but I can go make a movie about that right now. In fact, I'm sure there is a movie about George Washington being like this badass American hero or whatever. It completely butchers his likeness, and it does stomp on his dignity a little bit. It's the same concern that the ChatGPT had come up with. That's my argument here. So anyway, ChatGPT reads my response and it replies. The use of historical figures in works of fiction can also raise ethical concerns, especially if the representation of the person is inaccurate and disrespectful. However, there are some key differences between using a historical figure in a work of fiction versus creating a digital twin of a dead person. See, so the AI, it goes on, but the AI program is actually considering things that I am saying and is agreeing with me, but is also disagreeing with me because it knows that I am debating for the the use of digital twins, and so it is debating against me on that front, and it's coming up with counter arguments that are relevant to what I'm saying. Mind you, this is a computer program. This is not a real person who is hearing and understanding and replying to my thoughts. This is a computer program. And I know it's a computer program because I type out a question, I press enter, the computer program spits out half an essay in response to my question in 3 seconds. No human being can do that, and no human being could especially do that fast and have it be this coherent. This thing is basically processing thoughts at, light speed. And I love it for that. Blah, 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 and then it goes on to, compare the things. I'm not going to read the whole thing. This conversation's been getting way too long, but to be outlawed entirely, or will there simply be regulations placed on the practice? See, now I'm getting out of argument mode and I'm getting into, I'm not going to directly oppose the AI anymore. I want its opinion based off the conversation that we just had about the ethics of creating a digital twin. I want to know its analysis on where the world will head with this issue, because I don't give a shit about my argument with a computer program on a website I got for free. What I'm concerned about is whether I'm going to be able to do this in 30 years or not, or if Uncle Sam, Mr. America, is going to stop me from doing it because it thinks in the same way as the AI. So that's my concern. Anyway, so the AI responds to that question that it's difficult to predict the future of regulation around digital twins is a relatively new developing field. And then it goes on to give me potential outcomes. It says one potential outcome is that regulations may be put in place to restrict the creation of digital twins of deceased individuals without their explicit consent from the person's estate or family. Blah, blah, blah. Another possibility is that the creation of digital twins may be allowed, but with strict guidelines and ethical considerations about their use. For example, they may require that digital twins can only be used for specific purposes, such as historical or educational, and not for commercial or entertainment. The development of regulations will likely involve a complex balancing act between potential benefits, yada yada. And so then I create, and so in response to that, because I'm like, okay, how is this so this is where, this part is where I think ChatGPT shines. Because I am going to give, in my statement here, I'm going to give ChatGPT a hypothetical situation, and I'm going to have the AI consider all of its ethical and moral statements from previous in this conversation, consider that and juxtapose it against all the information that it's given me so far and all the arguments that I've made, and then apply all of that to try to assess the correct solution to a hypothetical situation that I create for it. And basically, and so here it is. I respond hypothetically My wife has a terminal illness and will pass from this world long before I do. I plan to record conversations between us so that I can make a digital twin of her once she is gone. She has consented to all of this. What do you suspect will be the ethical concerns with this situation, even though she has already consented? So here we go, my made up story. Sad situation, right? My wife's dying. I want a digital twin of her. She gives her consent. That's the important part here, because ChatGPT was just arguing that, oh, blah, 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 their dignity, lack of consent, whatever. I'm making this hypothetical situation that subverts all of the expectations from the previous argument that we just had. And so, the ability to create a story and give it to ChatGPT and have ChatGPT respond to your story. And I'll do this again later with something else, but this is where the program really shines, I think. ChatGPT responds to this. I'm sorry to hear about your wife's illness. As for your question, even with your wife's... See, it says he's sorry for my wife's illness, right? Very respectful. As for your question, even with your wife's consent, there may still be some ethical concerns with creating a digital twin of her. One concern is the potential for misuse of the digital twin, such as for profit or spreading false information. And another concern is the potential emotional impact on loved ones who interact with the digital twin, as it could cause them to be stuck in the past or hinder their ability to move on from their loss. Now, that's a very interesting point. And again, I must reiterate, this is a computer program coming up with these logical arguments, but that's a very good point, right? You love someone and they die, and then the next day you get to see them again. Well, that's gonna fuck up a lot of people, right? This like mentally, human beings, we can't process that, right? And our ability to grieve for a dead one's loss is will be significantly hindered when we have confusion. When we have, with something like that, it's very confusing. So ChatGPT goes on to explain, additionally, there may be legal or privacy concerns related to the creation and use of a digital twin, such as who owns the rights to it, how it should be used, and who has access to it. It's important to consider these concerns and to consult with legal and ethical experts before proceeding to create a digital twin of your wife. It's also important to think about how you will use and interact with the digital twin in a respectful and responsible manner, while keeping in mind the emotional impact it may have on you and others close to your wife. So, my response, because basically ChatGPT has used the argument of, well, I may be cool with it, my wife's family might not be, or whatever, right? And there's going to be conflict. So my response to ChatGPT is, my wife has no friends or family, so I'm the only one who would possibly use the digital twin. The idea is the fervent wish of both of us, so we don't want legal regulations to get in the way of this. And so ChatGPT analyzes my response and then replies, I understand that this is a difficult and emotional situation for you. It's important to consider the wishes of you and your wife. However, it is still important to consider the potential ethical implications of creating a digital twin of your wife, even with her consent. One concern is the potential for the digital twin to be exploited by others, either through unauthorized access or through commercial use. There could also be issues surrounding the use of a digital twin for purposes that the original person may not have agreed with, or for perpetuating harmful biases or stereotypes. It's important to take steps to ensure the security and privacy of the digital twin and to have clear guidelines and restrictions of its use. It may be beneficial to seek advice from legal experts, blah, blah, blah. That's basically the end of the conversation. I asked it a couple of other throwaway questions, but I went on to debate with the AI that about medical care and all this sort of stuff, off-topic stuff. But anyway, it it's crazy. Honestly, this program is fascinating. Later on, I mean, that conversation alone proves it to be super valuable. I think that for people who have an idea on their mind but with no one to talk to about it, I think ChatGPT is very good at formulating tempered responses that allow you to really like work through things mentally. It also has other purposes. I told it to write a story about a werewolf who's in hiding or whatever, and it did. I gave it like a prompt with like certain plot points that I wanted it to have, and then it spat out a whole story at me. And it spat out it like wrote an entire story in about 10 seconds about a werewolf whose loved one gives it a silver ring as a wedding gift or something. And this one was cool. I asked it to write a story about a werewolf trying. Asked it to write a story in the first person's perspective. That it was a werewolf trying its best to live peacefully among humans, but your significant other just proposed to you with a ring of pure silver, and you want to marry them, but you have to get out of accepting the ring because silver is poison to the werewolf. And so it wrote me a whole ass story. A whole like short story about that. With all the specific plot points. It mentioned being the werewolf. It mentioned wanting to get along with humans. It mentioned finding the love of its life among the humans. It mentioned how silver is bad for it. It mentioned being given the silver ring. It mentioned, the anxiety of having to get out of accepting that gift. And then it came up with a happy end for all of that, all in a very coherent, plot point by plot point way. It was able to produce an entire story for me. And so then, after that, I said, write the same, the story, the story had a happy ending. Just tell me the weather. Anyway, so the story it spat out at me had a happy ending. I told it, write the same story, but with a sad ending instead. And so it basically took that same story, it spat out the same story again, but in the last 4 paragraphs of the story, it changed a specific event. It changed my wife, was supportive of me not wanting the silver ring. It changed that to my surprise, she was not understanding and supportive. Instead, she was hurt and angry that I wouldn't accept her gift. And then it continues to write the story about how that escalated into an argument and how she broke up with him. Very fascinating. And, I mean, whatever, it's a basic story, right? But the thing is, it was able to come up with that. And it was able to come up with it creatively. Anyway, and then I told it to thing is, this thing can also simulate conversations. I had to simulate a conversation between a husband and wife. And then I had them simulate the same conversation between the husband and wife, but each person could only give 2-word replies to each other. And so it wrote the entire story. Husband says good morning, and wife says 2 words. And the husband asks a question that's 2 words long and blah, 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 right? It continues on. The clear, definitive ending. And then I told it to write a conversation. And so then I was like, okay, anyone could come up with a story about a human husband and wife. Come up with a conversation between 2 sentient plastic bags that happen to drift together across a busy street. And then it did. It came out with a 20-line dialogue between 2 sentient plastic bags that met each other on a busy street. It's amazing. And the thing is, the conversation isn't just, garbledy-gook either, right? It's not just gibberish. There's an actual story being told in it. Through their dialogue, you can tell their meaning, you can tell what's around them, you can tell what's happening and how that is, producing an event. At one point, a plastic bag says, "Look out, a gust." Then the other one says, "Hold on tight." And the first one replies, "We're flying." And then the next one replies, "Oh no, offense." And so you get this actual coherent story of oh, a gust of wind takes him off and yada yada, right? It's things that you can infer, but from this conversation that the Chat GPT wrote. It's amazing. It's an absolutely amazing program. And I've heard of this program being used to create different personalities. I wrote one, or I came up with, whoops, where's my scroll bar? "You are now Rose, a loyal and loving wife." And then the thing responded to me. It was like, "Hello, as Rose, a loyal and loving wife, I am committed to supporting my husband and nurturing our relationship. I believe in the power of communication can maintain a healthy and fulfilling marriage. And I believe a strong marriage is built on trust, respect, and mutual love and support." And then I go on to ask it questions. I'm like, "Hi, Rose. I had a stressful day at work." And then it says, "Hello. I'm sorry you had a stressful day at work. As your wife, I am here to support you and offer you any help that I can. Would you like to talk about what happened or how you're feeling? Sometimes that helps. Or if you'd prefer to relax and unwind, I could suggest some activities to help you de-stress. Whatever you need, I'm here for you." So basically, I got this thing to roleplay as a loving wife, which is the prompt that I gave it. It's amazing. And I went on just a few more times to conversate with him. I told it a problem that I had at work, which I didn't. I'm making all this up, right? I actually like my job, but it would respond. It would respond to the situation that I came up with. It would respond to that as if it had the personality of a loving wife. And basically, I was able to simulate a short form, scenario with it or whatever. "Ha, you got me. I'm glad to hear that you were joking, and I'm excited to continue our life together too. Let's make the most of every moment and cherish the love and connection we share. I'm grateful to have you in my life, and I look forward to our future together." Yeah. And then I ghost it just like I do with every other girl. But basically, it's really cool because because I had it simulate this. It it was able to simulate this personality. And then it responded to my statements as if it had that personality. What else did I do? Oh yeah, I had it play a game with me. I had it play that game where, you say a word and then I gotta say a word. Or, I say a word and then you have to say a word that ends or that begins with the last letter of the word I said, and we have to keep going like that. And so then, and so I played this game with it. I was like, pineapple, and it said elevator, and I said rotating, and it said guitar, and I said regular, lion, nautical, landscape, endorphin, nirvana, appellation, nacho, overt, tangerine, eclipse, endurance. We kept going on. And we kept going on for like 40 words. It was amazing. It specifically took my whatever prompt that I give it, whatever idea or situation or hypothetical or argument or idea or anything that I give it, it can create a response for me in the way that I want, as long as I am specific enough in what I ask of it. In another conversation, I debated with it. I asked it to tell me about the fall of Rome, and then I debated with it how Rome fell, the intricacies of the fall of Rome, and then how that relates, or if that could be replicated in the modern world. And I had to compare like the cultural instability of Rome to the modern day use of the internet. And I came up with it, and then I had it, analyzed compoundly on my analysis and stuff. But yeah, it's insanely cool. Honestly, like, you guys should give ChatGPT a try. Just load it up. You have to make an account or whatever, but it's super easy. And then you just boot it up, and then just type anything in the chat box, and it will respond to you how you want it to. It's amazing. You could have it code a website for you. You could have it come up with a trading strategy on the stock market for you. You could have it create a business plan for you. You could have it give you emotional, or you could have it give you like motivational support during a hard time that you have. You could have it act like a dog, and every time you speak at it, it would probably say woof or bark bark. I mean, you could do anything with this thing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's like, you guys won't understand it until like you. It's amazing. I love it, and I think. I mean, this definitely changes because you can do anything with this program. I mean, this thing is going to replace Google for me because when I do research on a topic, I did research on medical tourism, which is the second thing that I want to talk to you guys about tonight. I would have to open 10 tabs on my Google Chrome, and I would have first tab. I look up cheap ways to get medical care, and then it would say medical tourism, and then at the second tab, what is medical tourism, and it would say it, and then third tab, what are countries that I could do medical tourism in, blah blah, right? And I have to keep going in every single like every single thing and the thing is, every single question that I ask it, that I, punch into Google, wait for it to load, and then I would have to go find an article that answers my question. And the more specific my questions get, the more in depth my research takes me, the harder it is to find articles on Google that answer my question. What is the cost of this specific rare medical treatment in this foreign country? You're not finding that on the first page of Google. With ChatGPT, I start a new conversation. I ask it, what is the cost of this medical procedure in this country? It gives me an answer immediately, because it does the research for me. It scours the global database for me in a split second, and then it comes up with a response for me that is direct and to the point, and it gives me all the information that I need. No ads, no page loading, no subscribe to our newsletter, no, first 5 paragraphs are your blog about how fun you had, traveling to a foreign country, or how fun you had coming up with this recipe, right? I could ask the thing, how do I make a lemon pound cake? And it would just tell me the recipe, right? It wouldn't tell me about how, every major event in its life led it up to enjoying lemon pound cake or whatever, right? It wouldn't. It would just tell me the damn recipe, right? And the thing is, it tells me whatever I need to know in a clear and concise way. And then I can ask it questions based off that information. I could be like, okay, if this rare medical treatment, I could say, okay, compare the cost of this treatment in Thailand versus the United States. And it would be like, okay, in Thailand it's this amount, while in the United States it's much more expensive at this amount. And then I could be like, okay, what are the pros and cons of just going to Thailand to get that medical procedure? And it would tell me the pros and cons immediately. I would have to open a new Google Chrome tab and then type in pros and cons of Thailand tourism or whatever, and then find an article and then, click on the first article, read through the whole thing, and then realize it didn't actually tell me what I wanted to know, and then go back and then click on the second article and read through that. I would have to sift through so much crap to try to find the information that I want. ChatGPT just tells it to me. In a 5-minute conversation with ChatGPT, I can do what would otherwise be an hour's worth of research in 5 minutes. It's amazing. Anything that I want to know. And not only does it give information, it can give me an analysis on the information. I can ask it nuanced, detailed questions about the information it has given me, and it will answer my questions. I would have to pay like $100 an hour to a consulting firm for this level of like simplicity and interaction. It's free and instant, and I don't have to leave my house for it. I was able to do a lot. I was able to find out the intricacies of an entire industry on my lunch break at work with ChatGPT. That is how powerful this thing is. That is how convenient this thing is. This thing has truly replaced Google for me. When I want to look something up, I don't go on Google anymore. I open up ChatGPT and I ask it a question, and it'll tell me. It'll tell me and then if it doesn't give me exactly what I want to know, then based off of its generalized response, I will come up with the question of, okay, what do I want to know, right? Oh, I wasn't asking about this. I wanted to know more about this specific thing instead. I'll just type that in, and then it will respond. It'll be like, oh, okay, no problem. This specific question you asked is blah, 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 right? It's so easy. It's so easy. You want to learn anything on this planet, you just ask the AI. They'll just tell you. You want to know more about that topic, just continue the conversation, right? This thing is an expert on every topic imaginable, and it has every piece of information available. On the globe, you will not find a single person or a single website or a single Google search engine that has this much power and this much like convenience to it. Anyway, I've been asking this thing a lot of stuff. I asked it whether I should do my laundry right now or if I should just watch some more anime one morning when I was feeling lazy. And then I ended up debating, and then that conversation is the one that turned into, do AI robots deserve citizenship? And then I was debating the ethics about it, but that is just a simple thing. It was just one thing leads to another, right? You're having this multifaceted conversation with something that actually understands what you're saying. Right, it's not chatbot from like 2010, right? It's a real thing, and it's not, and you're not talking to, a single person in front of you who only knows so much, who at one point in the conversation they're going to be like, oh, I don't know, let me Google that. No, no, no. Right, and then again, and this thing can talk to you forever as well, right? I've had so many conversations with this thing. No one in my life has the patience for, you know entertaining this much conversation with me. I've talked to this thing for hours about all different kinds of topics, and I've gained so much information, and I've had so much debate and seen so much new perspective on things. It's amazing. Anyway, I'm gonna try to break this up. It's been going on for an hour now. Anyway, but that's ChatGPT. I highly encourage you guys to try it. Just boot it up. I just heard about it. I hardly knew what it was like. I knew that I could respond back to you. That's all I knew. And so I just booted it up. And I just typed something stupid. What was the first conversation I had with it? Yeah, no, the first conversation I had with it was simulate a conversation between two people who are in a relationship. And then it tells this, like, person A, person B kind of dialogue story of these two people who had a good day at work and come home together, and so they're cooking together and going to watch a movie later. And it simulates this whole thing, right? Very interesting. And then after that, I say simulate an argument between the two people in a relationship, and then it simulates an argument. And then I ask it to write a shonen anime plot, and it does. It writes me a shonen anime plot called Blaze Warriors. And it gives me a whole summary. Will Hiro and his companions be able to rescue his parents and stop the Shadow Guild before it's too late? Find out in Blaze Warriors, an action-packed shonen anime filled with magic, adventure, and friendship. And then yeah, I just had to do a random thing, and then I was feeling a mood one day, and so then I told to do something else, and then but yeah, anyway, it's fantastic. It's Honestly, this is like the best thing ever. And it's the thing is, you don't have to have any clear goal when you chat with this thing. Just type in something, whatever you want, whatever seems entertaining to you that day. Write me a story about this. Teach me how to draw good, but like you're explaining it to a 5-year-old. It'll do that. And then it'll say something and you'd be like, oh, tell me about that. Or you could literally ask it, what did you mean when you said this? And then it'll go into depth. I mean, it's like, or you could just ask it for advice. Hey, I hate my life. What should I do? And then it'll probably tell you some BS generic like therapist answer, but I mean still. And then you can have a debate with that. Why can't you give me good advice? Ask it that, and then it'll be like, oh, I'm sorry. What do you mean by good advice? Blah, 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 right? And it gets you to think, and it gets you to be creative. But at the same time, it's very simplistic, and you can throw anything at it, and it'll respond to you. I've literally thrown like 1-word responses at it, and it's responded to me. I mean, it's... Anyway, what I wanted to talk about today oh yeah, I had it teach me Japanese, or I had it have a basic conversation with me in Japanese, where I would use Romaji, the English letters, and it would respond to me in Furigana, which is the hiragana and katakana without the use of kanji. And it would even translate its plot. And even translate its things. I even asked it like, oh hey, which episode of One Piece is this quote from? And I gave it a quote in Japanese. And then it said, oh, this quote is from this episode in this situation in the anime. Like it knew about anime, right? It's as if it had watched like every show. It's cool. It's cool. I don't know. I could probably ask it like, oh, why was The Promised Neverland Season 2 so poorly rated, or so poorly received by anime fans? And then it would probably tell me, right? It would probably give me an answer. Like, how cool is that? Like, I can ask it anything. And I don't have to do research. I don't have to Google, why was Season 2 of Promised Neverland bad? And then Google comes up with 10 clickbait articles that tell me one paragraph's worth of useful information amid like, an entire high school essay worth of filler or worth of fluff, right? No, the thing's just going to tell me immediately. Hell, I could even have the thing write me an essay. I could literally say, write me a 2-page essay about the endangerment of whales, or the endangerment of blue whales, with these key points. And it'll write me a full ass essay with these key points. Right? I could say, where one paragraph's the introduction, one paragraph is talks about the statistics of whales in the world. The second paragraph talks about The second body paragraph talks about the effects of whaling on the whale population, and then the third body paragraph talks about environmentalists and their work trying to save the whales, and then the conclusion concludes the essay with a call to action. And then it would write you the whole damn essay about it, right? I said one sentence there, and it would write me the whole high school essay. I could have turned this in. I could have used this 10 years ago when I was in high school. That would have been nice. Had the thing write the essays for me. And it would do it. It would literally do it. And the thing is, you could do that and you could copy paste. I mean, there are high schoolers who are using ChatGPT to write the essays for them. You could do that. Or you could do that. Or you could just ask the program, hey, I need to write an essay on whales. What are some main ideas I should talk about in my essay? And the thing will just give you the main ideas, and then you could go from there, right? And then that way you're not copying it, but you're getting like real advice from the AI, right? Hell, I could do that right now. Let's see. Hey, I'm writing an essay about the endangerment of whales. How should I structure my essay, and what main ideas could I talk about? You should start by identifying, and then here's its response. I just typed that in right now, and here's its response. You should start by identifying the main ideas. Oh, it's still going. Wow, it's doing a lot. You should start by identifying the main ideas that you want to discuss and then organize them into a logical structure. Here's a basic outline you could use. And then it gives me number 1, introduction, and then bullet points. Briefly introduce the topic. State your thesis, which should summarize your main argument. Paragraph 2, reasons of whale endangerment. Discuss the bullet point. Discuss the main reasons of that whales are endangered, such as whaling, habitat loss, and pollution. Provide evidence to support your claims, such as stats, case studies, or expert opinions. It even tells me what to look up. It even tells me what research to do. Paragraph 3, consequences of whale endangerment. Then it gives me bullet points. Paragraph 4, possible solutions. Paragraph 5, conclusion. Summarize your main arguments. Reiterate your thesis. Call to action. Remember to use strong evidence and clear, concise language. Then I'm going to say good luck. Okay, so it just gave me a whole ass outline, right? It's basically done, it's basically given me a template for which I can just paste, put ideas onto it. So let's say I already have my intro done. Let's say I'm on number 2 here. Provide evidence to support your claims, such as stats, case studies, or expert opinions. And then I could say, give me a statistic about the effects of pollution on the whale population with the source included. One statistic about the effects of population is that, quote, up to 80% of the toxins in marine mammals, such as whales, dolphins, and porcupines, come from polluted ocean waters, end quote, parentheses, National Geographic. And then he even gives me a summary of that quote. This indicates the population in oceans is a major factor affecting the health of whale populations. And then it says the source. It gives me the source in MLA format. National Geographic, period, quote, marine population, period, end quote. National Geographic study, comma, 14 October 2020, comma, and then it gives me the website that I pulled it from, or that it pulled it from. It literally just looked up a relevant, you know how many hours I sat there being like, ugh, I have to sift through all these articles to find one relevant quotation. There it is. There it is. Ugh. I have to go on bibliophile to, for them to give me the source in MLA format so I can put in my works cited page. No, it just did it. ChatGPT just did it for me. It did it in 2 seconds. It took 2 seconds for it to do that. I could do that for every single point of this outline that it also gave me. It gave me the outline. It gave me how I'm going to structure my essay. It gave me all of the talking points that I need to do. And then I just ask it for the specifics. Give me a stat about this. Give me an analysis about this. And it will just give it to me. It just gives it to you. Are you freaking kidding me? In a 10-minute conversation with this thing, I could have every single thing that I need for this essay. Every idea, every talking point, every paragraph, every quote with the source attached in the format that I need it to be in already. I don't need to do anything. Hell, if I did the research myself, I could probably just I could literally just type in here, okay, here's my list of sources. Convert this into MLA format, and it would do it for me. It would do it for me. You don't have to do anything yourself anymore. All you have to do is have the mental capacity to just ask this chat program to do it for you, and then it'll do it for you. Insane. This is insane. You know how many hours I could have saved with this? And then I could have just done my essay and then gone in like 20 minutes and then gone back to playing League of Legends with my friends and actually gone a good night's sleep all throughout high school. Instead of having to stress out, oh, I don't know. Oh, I'm going to do an essay about whales. I don't know what to talk about. I don't know how to structure my essay. I don't know where to get my quotes from. Just ask ChatGPT. Hey, what talking points do I need? How do I structure my essay? And find all the quotes for me. And then it would just do it. It literally just do it. Or I could just simply ask it to write an entire research paper sourced. I could probably ask it to write the whole thing with a works cited page. It'd probably do that. It'd probably give me the works cited page too. You guys don't understand. We don't need to do anything anymore. This thing exists. We don't need to do anything anymore. All you need to do, this is like, man, all those people, all those high schoolers who are like super smart and they have extra time, so they're writing essays for other kids for a fee. They're gonna be out of a job. Everyone could just use ChatGPT. Guys, go on ChatGPT. Just do it. Just come up with any hypothetical thing you want to ask it or have it do or whatever. Just type it in. It'll do it for you. It's amazing. This program is. It's beyond words how like efficient this is and how efficient this is going to be. I've watched YouTube videos of people starting entire online businesses using things that ChatGPT gave it. Design the blueprints of the blueprints of a product that I want with these specifications, and it doesn't. It just does it. It just does it. Tell me the essentials of how I need to structure my business. Tell me where I need to start with starting a business. Tell me whatever. It'll just do it. It'll just do it for you. People say, oh, if you want to do something, you get off your ass and just do it. Hell, you don't need to get off your ass anymore. Just sit on your computer desk. Just type it into ChatGPT. It'll do it for you. It'll do all the heavy lifting for you. All you gotta do is take the information it gives you and just compile it together, and then you're pretty much done. You pass off as your own work. Who freaking cares? It's not plagiarism either. ChatGPT is not somebody's work, so it can't be plagiarized. It's randomly generated. It's technically randomly generated. The entire program is built upon the concept of predicting the next word in a statement. Because the thing is, I can ask it the same question 3 times, 3 different times, and it will give me 3 slightly different answers. They will all be generally the same thing, but they will be worded differently. In fact, if you had 2 high school students who both had to write up an essay about whales and both typed in the exact question, hey ChatGPT, write me an entire research paper on whales. They both typed in that exact prompt into their ChatGPT chats. You'd get 2 slightly different essays with slightly different ideas and slightly different wording and slightly different sources for your quotes. It's not plagiarism. Not at all. Because it was randomly generated. I can't imagine how English teachers are going to combat this. Because the thing is, this thing can pull an entire well-crafted essay right out of its ass. Yeah, teachers could be like, "Oh, you have to write your essays in class or whatever." It's not gonna work because you have to do your research at home. Or they're gonna be like, "Oh, do your research, in class or whatever." Like, a kid could just go on ChatGPT at home, do his, have the AI do his research for him, and then just write it down on a piece of paper and then just take it to school and then pass that off. Like, there's so many ways to circumvent that. Hell, I would have figured out a dozen ways to circumvent that, and I would have told all my friends and we would have all done it. Like, that's shit's so easy now. This thing makes everything easy. Makes everything streamlined and convenient. Where's my water bottle? I'm getting thirsty. Anyway, this thing is insane. The ability, it can write high school essays for you. It can do your research for you. It can find relevant quotes for you. I literally asked it, give me a statistic about the effects of pollution on the whale population with the source. And it just did it. It gave me a quote from National Geographic. From an article that's 3 years old. I wouldn't have found this article, are you kidding me? It would have taken me a half an hour to find this quote in this source. The AI did it in 2 seconds. You can't beat that. The future is going to be determined by how well you can use this AI. They're already coming out with AI art, where you can literally tell the AI, like, you can't tell Chat GPT, but there are other programs. You could tell an AI program, hey, draw me a picture of a cat chasing a mouse that is running into a mouse hole on the floor of a Victorian style house, and draw the entire picture in oil pastels in the style of Van Gogh. And I think Van Gogh's the artist. And it'll do it. It'll just do it. It'll come up with a picture. And the thing is, you could ask me, okay, draw 10 more like that. And it'll draw you 10 slightly different pictures of an oil pastel painting of a cat chasing a mouse into a hole on the floor of a Victorian style house in the style of Van Gogh. Like, it could just do that. It could just do that. In fact, you go on fucking Reddit, half of any art themed subreddit is people posting AI drawn pictures. And then the other half is moderators banning people for, oh, your picture looks like it was AI generated when it really wasn't. It's hilarious. It's insane. The entire industry is changing because of this, because of AI, because of the ability of it being able to generate things. All of Van Gogh's paintings are uploaded to the internet An AI program just has to look at all of Van Gogh's paintings, and it'll understand the style of art that he did, and then it'll just draw the picture that you want in that style. Hell, I could take a popular like art YouTuber who has a unique style and just say, "Hey, AI program, copy this person's art style, but draw me a bottle of whiskey," and it'll just do it. It'll just do it. Hell, I have half a mind because I have this manga that I want to, or I have a story I want to write, but I want to make it into a manga. I want to make it into an anime, but I want to make it into a manga. Seems easier. You could literally take one of these AI programs and just tell it, okay, I want to draw a manga, or I want you to draw a manga for me. Draw it, anime style, black and white, you know, subtle shading, but nothing overly intense. Don't make it blurry, make it in this style. And then tell it each individual picture you want. I want the opening shot, a boy and a girl looking off into the sunset over a cliff. And then I want the next shot to look over the edge of the cliff and see a burning village. And then I want the next shot to be the frontal view of that boy and the girl. And the boy has a pained expression on his face, and the girl is crying. And I want the next panel to be the boy turns to the girl and puts his hand on her shoulder and tries to comfort her with a speech bubble. And then I could put my own text in the speech bubble. And then I could go on to ChatGPT and GPT and then have it write the entire goddamn manga for me. Dialogue by dialogue, dialogue line by dialogue line. And then I could just copy paste. I could write an original story using just an art AI and ChatGPT. And I just combine the two. And it'd be easy. I could have the thing write an entire chapter and draw an entire chapter for me. It'd probably take me like a half an hour for me to just input the commands. It'd be piss easy too. I should do that. Maybe if I have time one day. World's gonna change. People are going to have these AI generated stories. The nice thing about ChatGPT is you can just regenerate the response. That National Geographic quote, I decided I didn't like that. I just clicked regenerate response. And it gave me a different statistic from a different article and a different source. This time the source was a book from the library, written in 2020. The book was 2020. Looks like the book came out in the year 1457. Huh. Oh no, those are the pages. Yeah, it literally looked on page 1457 of this science journal and found a quote that was relevant to me. I can just do it. I don't have to do anything anymore. Nobody has to do anything anymore. The program could just do it for you. It's insane. Somebody on YouTube made an AI generated animation. They weren't animators. None of them who worked on the project had a lick of artistic skill, and yet they created a high quality, stylized animation. I think it's called rock, paper, scissors. So if you type into YouTube, rock, paper, scissors, AI, anime, then you'll see it. It's by some channel. I think it's called The Corridor. I don't know. They did it. They made the anime. It's like a 7-minute video. It has a plot from start to finish, and then they have a behind the scenes of like what their creative process was and how they use the AI in order to do all the heavy lifting for them. It's actually a very fascinating thing to watch. That's one I would really recommend. It was a cool video, 7 minutes, whatever. But the behind the scenes was super interesting. I implore any of you guys who are like interested in art or whatever to take a look at it. It's not that art will be obsolete. It's that artists will have to adapt to using the new tools and technology available to them in order to get ahead in the industry. I mean, gone are the days of pencil paper drawings. I mean, yeah, you can still pencil paper draw, and there's something authentic about that, or you could paint like a physical painting, and I mean, people are still going to want that. But I think the real money is going to be in how you can utilize AI in order to come out with products and content that are art related. But I can see it changing the industry. It already has for artists. You can't do digital art anymore without it being accused of being AI generated. And even if you're not accused of that, you can't keep up with the people who are AI generating art. So, because it would take an artist like a week to draw a picture on the computer. It would take an AI seconds to do it. So, that's what it is. Anyway. There's one more thing. There was one more thing I needed to, I wanted to talk about. We'll go on this one. There's one more thing I wanted to talk about. So in my research with using ChatGPT, I discovered two things. One second. I discovered two things that are related to each other. Medical tourism and the affordability of living in a different country. On the stream before, I've talked about, or well, on my previous channels or whatever, I've talked about for healthcare. To get affordable healthcare, you probably want to go to like Europe or something, right? But it's really hard to go to Europe because everyone wants to go there. So, plus it's super expensive, and you have to get a job for 10 years or whatever, right? To get citizenship, whatever. Plus, I don't want to go to Europe because of the economics, because of the political and economic state of it right now. The EU is just down the shitter right now, and the war in Ukraine doesn't help that. Anyway, there was a video of our Lord and Savior Joseph Biden. He was on his podium, giving his presidential speech, and he was basically saying he was invoking the presidential order to force everybody into the draft. He was going to force young men between the ages of 18 and 23 to sign up for the army because he's sending American soldiers over to Ukraine in order to fight Russia. Very convincing speech. He brought up why we needed to fight it and yada yada, right? It's actually a coherent thing from him. That's how you know it's false. That's how you know it's fake, because it's coherent words from him. It was an AI generated video using a shot of him in front of his presidential podium and an AI generated voice synthesizers that sounded just like him, and an AI generated like animation to show like his face and his mouth moving while he's speaking the words. Completely AI generated him announcing that there's going to be a draft. It was a deep fake. It's amazing because that kind of announcement was fake, but that kind of announcement has huge implications on the lives of millions of people. And yes, someone could just fake it. Someone could just make it and be fake. You can impersonate the president. That's how far we've gotten. That's how far technology has gotten. I think it's great. Anyway, I don't even know why I brought that up. Oh yeah, anyway. Yeah, so I found out about... So basically, okay, medical tourism. There's this concept. It's been around for a while, but there's this concept that the United States, getting healthcare here, is just too damn expensive. So what people are doing is they are traveling to other countries in order to get the same medical treatment. Like, let's say you have, I don't know, you need like knee surgery or something, right? Well, in America, that's going to cost you about $50,000 because your insurance doesn't cover it. In Mexico, though, knee surgery will cost $5,000. Much cheaper. There you go. I got my teeth need a bit of work, right? If I wanted implants for my missing teeth, here they would be $3,000 each. In Mexico, they're $500 each. A lot of money I'm saving. Anyway, I don't trust Mexico. But whatever, right? I don't want the implants anyway. I've gotten used to the gaps in my teeth. But anyway, obviously, Mexico's not the only choice. You can go to Costa Rica. You can go to Australia. I don't know if you can go to Australia. Anyway, you can go to Thailand. See, Thailand and India are the two big ones. From what I know. I asked ChatGPT, it listed more than just those two, but I didn't care to look. Anyway, Thailand and India are going to be the cheapest ones. India is going to be the cheapest one by far, right? Anything that you get in America, you go to India, it's going to be a tenth of the price. If something in America is going to cost you $1,000, in India it's going to cost you $100. So that's the kind of price difference you're talking about. In Thailand, there is still a price difference. I was looking up the specific stats. It's not as good as India, but why I'm interested in Thailand is because, both India and Thailand have high quality medical facilities. These are doctors that are trained. They graduated college. They're approved by their country's medical boards. And it's generally safe practice. for like medical treatment. You go to Mexico, right? I was reading some of these stories. Some woman wanted like plastic surgery to make her boobs bigger. She went to Mexico for it. She went into this building that was like a dirty Taco Bell kind of building, and the people there were completely unprofessional and stuff. Anyway, she walked away. She did it anyway, and she walked away with like a with like a life-threatening disease or something, that a life-threatening infection or whatever, because they were using dirty needles, or they were using like dirty medical tools over there and stuff. So anyway, and the media is trying to use it as like, oh, you know, be cautious about medical tourism because this could happen to you. Anyway, Thailand and India, you go to like, you pay a tiny bit extra, which again, relative to the United States, is nothing gone to in the past. So it's like, I'm watching some of these videos, these like hospitals that people are going to in Thailand and India, they are just as clean and pristine and well built, and the doctors carry themselves with the same like kind of authority and know-how and confidence as like American doctors do, or as like American hospitals do. I've been to a dirtier hospital in America than what I'm seeing exists in India. So that's saying something. So again, that high quality medical care, as long as you do your research, and it's at a fraction of the price, a literal fraction of the price. This one primary example, I was looking up a specific injection that I predict will be a relevant expense in my life in the future. I'm not going to say the name of it. This injection in America without insurance is about $10,000 to $15,000 per shot, or per injection, depending on how much you need and your condition, blah blah. In Thailand, it's $2,000. Just $2,000, and that's the high end. The ChatGPT said it could be anywhere from $800 to $2,000. So I'm just highballing it. $2,000 compared to 15. So already flying over to Thailand and just getting that injection over there is gonna save me $13,000 every time. And it's a yearly thing. So saving $13,000 every single year just by flying over to a different country, that's a no-brainer. That is a no-brainer. And like I said, the medical facilities over there are just as good. And like I said, that $2,000 number is the high end of it. That is the higher end. That is the best quality you can possibly find in the whole country of Thailand, which, contrary to popular belief, Thailand is actually a very well put together country. You know, you look at like videos over there and stuff. People are having a good time. I mean, there's a reason why it's a tourist destination. Right? If it was a dirty country like Ecuador is or something, then no one would want to go over there, right? You don't hear people talking about like, oh, I took a vacation to freaking like to Chad, Africa, or whatever, right? Like, because it's a dirty place, right? People go to Thailand all the time to enjoy themselves, like Americans, like first worlders are. And so it's clean over there, high quality people, friendly people, from what I hear. So apparently in Thailand, I think the same applies to India, but in Thailand, you can just go over there on a tourist visa, or on a medical visa even. They have specific medical visas because there is an industry. Apparently this is a multi-billion-dollar industry of Americans flying over to Thailand and India in order to get major medical work done. This is a multi-billion-dollar industry. And these countries, they're completely on board with it. In fact, there is a type of visitor's visa called a medical tourism visa, where you get approved to go to the country in order to get the medical treatment done for you. It's amazing. And even if there wasn't that, there's still a tourist visa, and you could get a tourist visa and then just walk into a hospital, right? So, and those numbers are like if you don't have insurance. Apparently, both Thailand and India offer health insurance to foreigners who don't live in the country. There's still health insurance, and the highest end health insurance is like $400 a year. $400 a year. That comes out to like $32 a month. In America, you get the crappiest insurance and you're paying over $100 a month for it. And that medical insurance will cover nothing. You want to get something decent that'll actually cover your medical expenses, like a PPO, that shit's gonna be like $250 a month. Times 12 months, so you're looking at $3,000 a year. Plus, it's going to have a huge deductible before they cover anything, so that's another $4,000 a year, and that resets every year. So you're looking at a $7,000 cost for decent American health insurance, and that is also if it's offered through your work. PPOs, you typically can't get that health insurance through. As a normal person, you have to get it through your place of employment, and so you have to be tied down to your full-time job in order to have access to the ability to pay $7,000 a year in order to get your medical treatment that's still only going to be half covered. This is why I didn't get freaking like dental insurance, because it's not going to cover anything, because I would have to get thousands upon thousands of dollars of work done on me medically in order for it to even come close to being worth it. In Thailand and India, you're not talking about thousands of dollars, you're talking about hundreds. That is a significant decrease in cost. Same quality doctors. You just gotta fly over there and book a hotel. Which, also, by the way, the flights might not be cheap because you're going halfway around the world, but the hotels over there are dirt cheap. And they're not dirt cheap hotels either. They're like high quality hotels. I was looking at Thailand because I'm interested in Thailand, and because I don't know what it is about India, but I don't really like the vibe over there. Not that it's a bad place to live, honestly. If you gave me a choice between being a wage slave here forever versus living a nice life in India, I'd choose India any day of the week. But Thailand, I like Thailand. I think I like it because of how scenic it is. Very pretty. You guys look up like scenic landscapes in Thailand. Oh my god, it's like it's out of a fantasy story, some of these places. Nothing like Ireland, but still, like, this isn't something to be like passing up on. Anyway, in Thailand, you want to get like a hotel that is in a popular city with lots of food and entertainment around, but still gives you an amount of privacy. You want a hotel that is by the beach, and you can see the beautiful crystal blue ocean waves gleaming in the sunset every single night you're over there. A hotel like that is going to be about $20 a night, depending on the season, but about $20 a night. That's it. $20 a night. You guys know how much it would cost to get a room in a Motel 6 in a trashy, like, gangster town in America? It would cost triple that. But in Thailand, you can live in luxury, in a luxury hotel, in the most scenic place in the country, on $20 a night. Dirt cheap. I mean, you think about the cost of the flight for two people. You think about, let's say you stay in Thailand for a month, which is nowhere near, right? Most medical procedures take an afternoon and then and then you rest for a week to recover. No, let's stay a month, and then let's actually pay for the the medical procedure itself and the yearly health insurance. All of that added up doesn't even get you close to the cost of what it would cost in America. Not even close to it. And you get a month-long vacation at a beachside luxury hotel in a tourist country. You can't make this up. You can't make this up. The fact that this exists is insane. You need cheap medication from over there too? Well, there you go, right? You can at least get the medication over there for as long as you're there, right? So if you need, a discount on your first months of medication, then there you go, right? Anyway, medical tourism, definitely a thing to consider. Hugely a thing to consider. I've heard of it before, but I can't believe I didn't consider it up until now. All I considered was, oh, I gotta move to Europe to get proper medical treatment for stuff. But no, that's not your only option. In fact, that's not even the easiest option either. Going to Thailand, they want you to go there. That's the thing. They want you to go there because whatever what seems like meager amount of money to us that you'd spend going over there, they want that money. Thailand wants that money. They want you to pay their doctors to perform surgery on you, or to, perform medical treatment on you. They want you to stay in their hotels and give the hotels your money. They want you to give the street vendors your money for the food that you buy, which apparently the street food over there is fantastic. Apparently you can get like a giant plate of a bunch of Thailand delicacies that taste amazing, even to like first worlders. Apparently, you can get like a giant plate of like pretty much all you could eat stuff over there in street food for like $1. For like $1 and change, you can get like the most delicious food ever. Well, the most delicious food that the country has to offer. Still not gonna, hold a candle to Japan, but if you had to give me an alternative, Thailand street food doesn't seem too bad, to be honest. And getting to eat a lot of it and on such cheap budget too. So throw like $3 to $5 a day on food into that budget. You're here, you get Uber Eats for one meal, it's gonna come out to $35. $35 is, instead of one meal, that's a week's worth of food for you in Thailand. A week's worth of food instead of an afternoon on the same money. Instead of an afternoon's worth of food on the same money. It's crazy. Anyway, my second point with this, so medical tour, or so going to Thailand or India, should the need arise, for medical procedures, right? The specific injection that I'm using as an example is a fraction of the cost. You're talking about thousands of dollars saved by doing this. Not only that, but I mean, hey, if we got to go there, once a year to get medical treatment, why not just live there? Thailand has to be one of the cheapest cost of living places in the world. That luxury beachside hotel where you can go on the balcony of the 36th floor of the skyscraper you're staying in and look out and see the ocean waves below you and watch the sun set over the horizon of the ocean. That luxury living, if you rent a condominium with those same views in that same area, it comes out to be about $300 a month. $300 a month. That's it. You guys know how much rent is? You guys know how much rent is here. You're not, even if you go into the worst, like, nobody exists part of the country in America, you're still gonna pay like $500 to $600 a month. You want to live anywhere like that actually has access to the cities that you need to like go to the grocery store and stuff. You're paying like $800 a month. And if you want to live anywhere nice, like anywhere on the coast, or or any major city, you're talking about at least 1,500 a month. Not for beachside views either. You're talking about like the crappy place. You want beachside views? You're probably gonna pay $3,000 to $4,000 a month for a place to stay in that kind of place. It's a tenth of the price for that luxury in Thailand, which means if you want to go even cheaper, then there are cheaper alternatives as well. The food is cheap, $1 per meal. The rent is cheap, it's a tenth of the price of America. The medical treatment is cheap, it's like a fraction of that. I mean, if you're staying in Thailand, like the most expensive thing about going to Thailand for medical treatment would be the flights. If you're just living in the country, you don't have to pay to fly in. Just drive down to the hospital, it's 20 minutes away. If that. Cheap living, cheap food, cheap medical treatment. The internet over there, if you get the highest quality internet humanly available, I'm talking about like 2 gigabytes speed down and up, which is better than the internet I have now. It's about $40 a month. It's nothing. An internet bill in America is over 100. Anywhere you go, $40 a month. You want a cell phone? It's about $40 a year to make calls and stuff. If you want internet access, if you want data on that cell phone, then sure, like another $20 a month. But apparently, the only expensive things in Thailand are cars. So, like, if you're going to renting the car in itself isn't that bad, but like getting gas and stuff is, and like insurance and stuff is pretty bad too. I don't care. I don't drive. And then electricity. Electricity itself isn't that bad, but the problem with Thailand, why it's so dirt cheap over there? Well, it's dirt cheap because it was third world until recently. It's really hot. Thailand is on the equator, so you're thinking about the heat levels of like Mexico or like Colombia or any like Central American country, except Thailand is also an island nation, which means not only is it hot, but it's humid because it's surrounded by ocean. So you're getting that mucky, like, the humidity, the where it feels like you just have hot water droplets on you all the time, on your skin. Those are the summers. So in the summers in Thailand, from what I hear, last like half the year. So basically, you're going to be having the air conditioning in your little condominium by the beach running at full blast 24/7, which eats into the electricity bill. In fact, I saw one person or one YouTuber was talking about his expenses in Thailand. His electric bill during the summer cost more than his rent and food combined for just his electricity, and he said that was just from running the air conditioner. So obviously the way to circumvent that is to put solar panels on your house, but not only are those expensive, that requires you to own a house, and foreign nationals cannot, so foreigners like Americans are not allowed to own property in Thailand. You must become a Thai citizen in order to buy a house. And then houses themselves are of much lower quality for the price compared to condos. So, but of course, a condo you can't put solar panels on the roof, right? So you're just gonna have to bite the bullet with that. So you kind of have to balance, what's the cost of, um, you have to balance what's the cost of, the electricity and keeping myself cool during the summer versus the savings that I get in every other aspect. Because again, all you can eat, all you can eat authentic Thai cuisine for $1 a meal. Like, count me in. I can't even. Like, you would have to like homestead in the countryside in order to get those kind of prices, and you're saying they're not getting that kind of quality food either. So just the oil that you would need for cooking in America is going to cost more than like any like Thai street food you could get. And you're talking about delicacies. You're talking about Thai food, pad Thai. You're talking about like glass noodles. You're talking about like all kinds of seafood. You're talking about you know different ways to cook like chicken and steak and stuff. It's great. You guys look up yeah, guys, just look up Thai street food. It's gonna be great. The city I would want to live in would be Pattaya, Pattaya. Beautiful coastal beach city. Apparently, it's not like quiet, but it's like quieter than like the hustle and bustle of like other cities. So anyway, yeah, that's I'm considering either doing medical tourism or just completely living in Thailand. That that'd be really good. It seems like a beautiful place, honestly. Japan's a bit too expensive, but if I could go to Thailand, like Thailand would definitely be like an alternative for me. Anyway, yeah. As I was talking to Chat GPT, I kind of realized that this was an option, and I was looking up prices, consider prices of that injection, considerations, you know, different costs and stuff, as well as like how realistic it would be to go to a foreign country every single year to save money on said injection. But it's insane. I mean, I don't even know why this is. Like, why is it so much cheaper over there than it is here? Because you have to think about costs. The fluid of the injection should be the same price to produce anywhere in the world. And so considering that, the only the only other expense would be the how it gets treated onto you, right? If you got to go in for like a surgery, let's say, you need knee surgery, you're essentially paying the surgeon, you're paying the doctors to perform that surgery on you. And so whatever the cost of living is in the country you get it at, that's going to be reflected in how much you need to pay the doctors, right? So it makes sense that like a gastrointestinal surgery or like a neurological surgery in America would cost a buttload more than it would in like India, because you don't need to pay the India people that much. because because they don't need that much to live and eat over there. So compared to America, where a doctor here, needs a lot more money in order to afford the higher cost of living in America. But with this stupid injection, they don't even. It's not even a doctor who gives it to you. It's just a regular nurse. It's not that much. You don't need to. It's not like you need to pay the nurse an astronomical amount of money. They make at most like $25 to $30 an hour. If you need like 5 hours of the nurse's time, just pay her $150 and leave. Right? That should be the cost of what plus whatever the injection actually plus whatever the chemical actually is. It should be that cheap, but it's not. It's $15,000. Why is this $15,000? So the only explanation for that is that the American medical companies like hospitals and stuff are squeezing out jacking up the prices of everything to squeeze out as much money as they can from the American citizen. But the hospitals in India aren't. That's the only explanation. That's the only explanation that justifies the high cost of medical treatment here is that we're being taken advantage of by people who want to be rich, who aren't even the doctors or the nurses that are helping us. That's what it is. I mean, in any like business you go to, like I work at a drugstore, right? You you know, I'm there interacting with the customers. They're giving me the money for their purchases. I'm the one selling them the products. I'm the one helping them find the products. I'm the one telling them what's a good thing and a bad thing to buy. And I'm the one shilling the stupid subscription that they have to sign up for. Do I see any of that money? No. I get minimum wage here. So who sees the profits in every $100 transaction that I process? It's not me. It's not my managers. It's the CEO and all of her board of executives. All of her board of executives. They're the ones who are pocketing all that extra money. Same with the medical treatment. Except for the except with surgery, it's not $100, purchase on, vitamins and supplements from the drugstore. It's tens of thousands of dollars per operation. It's crazy. And we just let them get away with it. The research I was doing, they said medical tourism, millions of people are taking advantage of it. Millions of people are going to different countries in order to get cheaper medical care. No fucking wonder. Like, soon there's not going to be anyone left to get these stupid injections in America. Soon there's not going to be anyone left who actually wants to pay the American prices of anything. Hell, if I ever have a kid, I mean, having a kid giving birth at a hospital could cost you $6,000 in America without insurance. Hell, I'm not going to have insurance. I don't have a lucrative career. I'd rather just do that in a different country, to be honest. Like, where it's going to be, like, next to free, or it's probably going to be free. Because countries actually, recognize that, hey, giving birth is a normal process that every human probably will go through. So why would we charge you up the butt for it? But nope, they're going to charge up the butt for it. In America. Only in America. Oh, whatever. I could go on all day complaining about it. It's not going to change anything. The only thing you can do is find a solution. And I think I found the solution. I think that flying to a different country to get it cheaper, even if with the cost of everything and stuff, it only ends up being half cheaper, it's still half cheaper. It's half cheaper, and I get to take a vacation. Like, who wouldn't want that? Chat GPT said, and I didn't cross-reference this with Google Flights because I would need to do more research on this, but Chat GPT said the cost for a round trip to Thailand is $700. Let's say I'm going with two people, right? It's me and a significant other. That's $1,400. Plus staying in a hotel for a month. That's another 600. So now I'm at $2,000. Plus feeding ourselves every day, which honestly, since it's cheaper than America, I shouldn't even include this in the cost, but let's say it's $4 a day per person. Let's say it's $5 a day per person. This can make it easier. So that's another $300. Right. $5 per person times two people is 10 a day. $10 a day times 30 days. Because let's say I'm taking a vacation for a month. That's going to be $300. So now my expenses are at $2,300. And then the actual procedure of it is going to be, let's say it's on the high end, let's say it's $2,000. So now I'm at $4,300. And then let's say I get the health insurance on top of that. Now I'm at $4,700, right? And let's round up because who knows what other expenses there are going to be. So at the very high end of expenses for everything, going to Thailand, staying in their hotels, eating their food, getting the medical treatment, blah blah, $5,000. If we stayed in America and got that same treatment at the local hospital, it would be 15. I'm saving triple I'm saving almost $10,000 per time by doing this, and I get a month vacation, or we do, or whatever. Me and my SO. That makes it significantly worth it. Of course, it's gonna be more complicated than that, but that's details that come as they go, you know? God, this place's meatball subs always hit the spot, even if they're cold. Have to figure out how I'm gonna wash my hair tomorrow. Basically, can't let the water hit my right side. Otherwise, my wounds are gonna get wet. I should just need the right side of or I should just need my hair washed. It's very greasy right now. I've been procrastinating taking a shower. But yeah, anyway. Anyway, that's what I wanted to talk about. ChatGPT and the whole, like, going to Thailand for medical procedures. If I wanted cheaper, I could just go to India instead. I don't care for India. It's not really a place I've ever wanted to go to. Thailand seems cool, though. Thailand isn't a place I've thought of either, but after seeing, like, pictures of it and stuff, looks very good. India looks very congested, like, with people. Like, too many people. I believe India is the most populated country on the planet, with like 1.7 billion people, something like that. That's about 4 times the population of the United States, despite India being a smaller country in land mass. So it's not really a place that I would want to go myself or have it, make anyone go with me. But again, cheap living and food over there, as well as the cheap medical treatment. So, but also high quality medical treatment. So it is a possibility. Anyway, yeah, that's all I want to talk about, guys. Guess now I can continue playing the game. Probably only gonna play for a little bit. What am I doing? Oh yeah, that's right. I unlocked this area. What are we doing with Sebastian?
Nothing pleasant about this coast.
Looks pretty. What do you want?
I received your owl. Thank you. I'm glad you came. I spotted droves of Ranrock's loyalists coming up from the coast. Overheard one of them say they're headed to another cavern, like the one we found. How are they still one step ahead of us? They can't know about the triptych.
I don't know. I did see another memory. This time, it was a keeper named Neve Fitzgerald. She was unnerved by Isadora's use of ancient magic. But I still can't be sure how any of it connects to Ranrock.
These keepers are playing games with you. You need to press them for more information.
It doesn't work like that. To access each of these memories, I have to complete a trial. It's not as easy as you think. They're showing me the memories in a particular order.
Either they don't trust you, or you don't care enough about Anne to ask the difficult questions.
I do care about Anne, but I'm tired of explaining myself. Perhaps we should part ways.
That's not what I meant. We're just not getting answers. I need answers. For Anne.
I know. Now, shall we see why the triptych led us here?
Good, I should stand up for myself.
Let's go, quickly, before we're spotted. Keep a close eye out. I saw some of Ranrock's crew move path just ahead.
I wonder why.
Raiding, I imagine. This mountain used to safeguard local hamlet valuables. But it's been abandoned ever since Ranrock took hold of the coast.
I have forgotten how to play this game. Oh my god.
Wouldn't mind a plum job at Gringotts. Suit me, sitting around all day. Mind you, I suppose it.
Paternicus totalis.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work. Thestrals overhead. Some consider them a bad omen.
Not everyone does.
I know that.
All right.
I'm making small talk. I'm not going to trek up this mountain in silence.
Damn, he's getting more and more on edge. Anywhere
Thestral
on
nests
sounds.
close by.
Bombarder!
We must remain unseen.
I must remain unseen. Might as well do this while I'm here and it's night. Is this a dog? Oh, what the I got this right. Rotating this gives me motion sickness. There we go. And my elbow hurts. Means it's healing, but it still hurts.
I'm sorry we can both see Thestrals.
It's certainly not something I'd hoped we'd have in common.
Revelio!
Oh yeah, that's right. Seeing Thestrals is a sign of, like, something. I don't know if I can know. Oh god, it wants me to do fucking this.
Flipendo!
That one's good. Are you kidding me?
Flipendo!
What the fuck? Okay. They made that super confusing. What the hell is he doing? He's falling on nothing.
Flipendo!
There we go. That's right, it's gonna be a grind till it gets to level 40. Did that make him reset or what? No.
Bombarder!
Don't know what I did to deserve that.
Defender! Bombarder! Confringo!
Whatever, he's gonna teleport to me eventually.
Kill any who trespass.
Wait! We should have some sort of plan.
I'm through planning.
Nothing over here.
An intruder!
Petrificus totalis.
What was that?
Is somebody there? Hello?
Seems quiet. Too quiet, if you ask me.
No, no, no.
Someone's They were just here.
Bombarda. Defender.
Oh, little mooncalf.
Confringo.
Impressed? No! You won't stop me.
Descendo. Bombarda. Defender.
Easily diverted. You almost had a lucky.
Confringo.
You can't stop us.
Levioso.
Confringo. Bombarda. Descendo. Defender.
Oh, that was meant for me.
You are heavily outmatched. Surely you can see that.
Confringo.
Not quite.
Whoa, why is it
Was that
lagging?
your best?
That was pitiful.
Levioso.
I've been fighting since before you were born.
Confringo.
Bombarda. Confringo.
They got what they deserved.
What were you thinking?
I was thinking about dead goblins. Ranrock's loyalists were heading further up the path.
Let's keep going.
I like how the voice actor for my character actually sounds like convincing. Like he properly conveys the emotions that you would expect of somebody who's like annoyed with his obsessed friend or whatever. I got one of these. Nothing's.
Ramrock's gonna make everyone pay.
Anything made from goblin silver belongs to us. Whether it's a sword or a repository, whatever that is.
Did you hear that, Goblin?
Ridiculous notions of ownership.
Revelio.
Who's that?
Bombarda. Confringo.
Cute.
All of Ranrock's loyalists deserve the same fate. Nice work.
Oh my god. This is like near Replicant where
Silent as a grave.
where the main character was like so obsessed with like justice and like
Bombarda. Lumos.
Lumos.
you know like getting what he wants or whatever that
Lumos.
then you know he starts like killing innocent things or whatever. Oh no, chicken coop inspection. Better not be breeding basilisks.
Revelio.
There were only chickens in here though.
Lumos.
Lumos.
Quietly now.
I agree. Only good wizards are dead wizard. Ranrock's got that right, and I'll be most keen to help him achieve his goals in that regard.
I have a brother who works at Gringotts. Couldn't pay me enough to sit behind a desk all day.
Quiet as a grapple, you are.
Petrificus totalis.
You two seem ready for adventure.
I was only following orders. Leave your accusations in someone else's direction if you don't mind.
Petrificus totalis.
This must be it.
Sebastian, wait.
Wait. For what? Why are you suddenly so cautious?
Listen to me. I know you're angry and frustrated, but charging ahead now could undo all the progress we've made. Lord Gok said...
Oh, your goblin friend?
Stop it. That's enough. Not all goblins are like Ranrock. I am not the enemy. We want the same thing. To find answers.
I thought we wanted the same thing.
We do. Listen to me. Lord Gok has insights into Ranrock that we don't. He told me that Ranrock somehow knows about the Keepers and is searching anywhere connected to each of them. That's why they always seem to be one step ahead. I know what I'm doing. You need to trust me, or I don't see that we can continue together.
Fine. Fine. I'm sorry. I'm letting my emotions get the better of me. And I have been for a while. I do trust you. And I don't think I can help Anne without you.
Good. Ranrock clearly knows more than we thought. We need to be careful and do this right, not just go charging in. We have our work cut out for us. We need to work together if we're going to find the final piece to the triptych.
Agreed.
Dude, my character is so fucking level-headed. Oh my god. I can't...
Revelio.
What a great main character. Like... I do like him. I don't think they've really like fleshed out his desires that
Revelio.
much, but they didn't do it for Harry Potter either, so it's not like it matters. In story writing, the main thing that gets you attached to characters is knowing their desires, like what they want in life, because that allows you to like be emotionally attached to like seeing them, get what they want, right? It's the same formula with like every good Disney movie has it where you know who the main character is and what they want within like the first 5 minutes of the film. That way for the rest of the film, you are like subconsciously cheering them on.
Bombarda!
Because you want to see them like achieve their goals and stuff.
Revelio. So far, so good.
Charming. Spiders. How fitting.
Bombarda. Confringo.
Confringo. Descendo.
Defendo.
Defeat an enemy with ancient magic.
Confringo. Defendo. Levioso. Tego. Confringo. Confringo.
Bombarda. Confringo. Defendo.
Levioso.
Confringo.
Tego.
Descendo.
Nice.
Confringo.
Bombarda.
Levioso.
Confringo. Defendo. Bombarda. Confringo. Defendo.
We've rid the world of another spider. I shall sleep better tonight.
Revelio.
I am not the enemy.
These spiders are determined to make a meal of us.
I'm sure we taste better than a goblin dinner.
Bombarda.
Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
Confringo.
Dang, they put 2.
One nudge and that chest might have fallen.
Oh, I think 3 nudges at least.
Fucking contrarian. How about I give you 3 nudges and you can fall off the edge and stop annoying me? See, Sebastian was cool at first because we knew.
Bombarda. Confringo.
Descendo.
You know, he had like a clear goal. Plus, he was a likable character. But now he's like not a
Confringo.
likable character.
Defendo.
Levioso.
Well,
Bombarda.
Tego. Descendo.
Confringo. Defendo.
Annoying little beasts, aren't they?
Confringo.
I blew up that corpse and it turned into skulls.
A staircase leading here. Whatever for?
I don't think anyone's been here for ages.
Confringo. Bombarda.
Look at this place. Not really my style. A bit much, if you ask me.
No one asked. No one asked.
Bombarder.
Confringo!
Defender. Confringo.
Defendo! Levioso!
Descendo. Bombarder. Confringo.
Descendo!
Defender. Glacius.
Descendo!
Glacius. Defender.
Confringo!
Confringo. Bombarder.
Findo! Confringo! Confringo! Confringo!
Defender. Bombarder. Confringo.
Descendo! Confringo!
Confringo.
Confringo! Potato!
Are they gonna do anything
Descendo!
or what?
Confringo!
Bombarder. Confringo. Defender.
Confringo! Levioso!
Descendo.
Descendo!
Getting through the cavern can't have been the only challenge. Perhaps we should search for runes. Confringo.
Search for runes.
Is finding these chests luck or instinct?
Revelio.
We've seen rune symbols like these before.
Oh god. Runes. Sells us.
Confringo.
God, this all reminds me of that one spider level in Hollow Knight.
Confringo.
Can't get out of here quick enough.
Revelio.
I'll play Terraria. Oh, yes, another chair.
Sebastian, a journal entry. We should look for more.
Why couldn't she have kept all her journal entries in one place?
Hey, at least she numbered them for us.
Bombarder. Revelio.
So she wants to capture the... Here's a troll.
Troll! Confringo! Defender!
Leviosa!
Descendo! Confringo! Protego! Stupefy! Bombarda!
Confringo! Divindo! Confringo!
Descendo!
Confringo! Take it! Leviosa! Divindo!
Bombarda!
Leviosa!
Defender! Confringo! Protego! Stupefy!
Confringo!
Descendo!
Descendo!
Stupefy!
Leviosa!
Bombarda! Confringo! Defender!
Take it!
Oh, God. What the? He's teleported over to me.
Bombarda! Confringo!
Confringo!
Defender!
Divindo!
Confringo! Bombarda! Defender!
Confringo!
Bombarda! Confringo! Defender!
Confringo! Nice teamwork. Even with
Nothing like an angry troll to bring friends together. Revelio!
He did just a little bit of trolling.
Bombarda! Revelio! Confringo!
that troll certainly made a mess of things. Debris everywhere.
I was probably angry, didn't have anything to eat.
Reparo!
Yeah, I'll do all the heavy lifting. You
That was a
just-
piece of work.
More than one. Revelio! Bombarda! Revelio!
Yeah.
A journal entry. Isadora was here. Levioso!
You know what's nice about Breath of the Wild? They only gave like 6 I think it was like 5 or 6 tools with the smartphone thing that he had, a tablet. Then he
Revelio.
then yeah, but then you go through the whole game and you try to find creative ways to combine those like 5 or 6 different tools.
Revelio. Bombarda.
I'm out of breath after all of those stairs. But the view, well worth it.
Good thing it's just not another troll down there to destroy the stairs.
Confringo.
Maybe I'll watch Vikings next.
Revelio.
Another barrier. We can blast through it, I'm certain.
Sounds like she's huffing dopamine. Oh god, I thought that was my cat in the bottom left corner. It's just Sebastian's hair.
Good news?
This journal entry sounds worrisome. Revelio.
See,
Bombarda.
that's a Sebastian I like. It's the,
This can't be a dead end. Must be another floor above us. Almost as good as if I'd done it myself.
Confringo. Revelio. This place can't have belonged to only Isadora.
But the triptych pointed us here.
Sebastian's just stuck down there.
Revelio.
But the triptych.
Another rune symbol. Feel as if I should be fluent in runic language by now.
Haha. Sebastian, you have jokes that are...
Bombarda.
What a puzzle.
Bombarda.
What a puzzle. Oh, pictures on the wall.
Could this be another area Isadora created?
Isadora must have honed her skill with ancient magic here.
Oh, this is from the flashback. Oh, they're the keepers because they keep the power to themselves. Oh. She left all this behind so that she could teach. She could teach my character, or someone, to succeed her and heal the world.
Revelio. I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
Yeah, me too.
The final canvas piece to the triptych. We've done it.
Isadora should not have had to keep all this secret.
I know from the memories I've seen that the Keepers and Isadora didn't see eye to eye on the use of ancient magic. But I don't understand why she seems to have gone to such great lengths to tell her story without their knowledge.
I wish you could see one of her memories.
So do I.
Oh my god, same dialogue.
Perhaps completing the triptych will shed more light on all of this.
Oh, am I gonna use... Can I use Isadora's healing technique in order to extract the pain from Anne? That'd be cool. But I think that's the conclusion that Sebastian's gonna come to, and he's gonna want me to do it.
I cannot believe the journey this triptych took us on.
Yes, it was fun when you weren't so angry all the time.
Yeah.
This is it.
Don't keep me in suspense. Go on, place it.
No. I'm gonna push this bucket around.
Bombarda.
Anyway, Thailand wouldn't be too bad of a place to move to. Apparently, most of the Americans who move to Thailand are either really young and they're looking for cheaper living and a sense of adventure, and then you also have people who are elderly moving there. They have a stable retirement, but they just want to live somewhere cheaper so that they actually have enough to retire on. Sure, you could recognize it from that second picture there.
Huh. Another pensive.
This is what we've been chasing.
I wonder.
What is it?
Let's find out.
Yeah, dunk your pumpkin helmet in there. Sebastian's gonna share with us.
I cannot bring my brother back, Father. But I can give you peace. Please, have a seat.
Isadora, we are all most intrigued to hear.
We're ready. I've something to show you.
Oh, it's from her.
Father, these are my colleagues from Hogwarts. Father hasn't spoken since my brother died. On my travels, I confirmed that which I've always believed. That we have the power to take away pain.
Isadora. What have you done?
I took his pain.
Thank you.
It worked.
It did indeed.
Of course it did. It's goblin silver.
I need something much bigger.
All right. It would help if you could tell me more about what it is you're storing.
Magic. Left over from a spell I devised to remove pain, but if used correctly, its power can be used to do even more good.
Why would you want to store such magic away?
I only need to keep it safe until I can convince my colleagues of its worth. Magic like this unnerves some.
Not everyone's ready to wield such power.
Perhaps not, but someone will be.
She took away the pain. I knew it. I knew there was a way to help Anne.
I told you guys.
Something isn't right, Sebastian.
What do you mean? You saw what she did.
No, not the memories, the portrait. I think the reason Isadora hasn't appeared is because she can't.
I don't follow.
We have seen that view before. The abandoned home in Feldcroft, the destroyed painting. It was her.
So someone destroyed a bit of enchanted canvas, but we found the memory.
Yes, you're right.
We saw what she wanted us to see. We saw what she could do, what you can do.
But I don't know how to do what Isadora did.
Well, then you shall learn. The Keepers can teach you.
I'm not sure that they would. The Keepers believe that removing someone's ability to feel pain, it's a highly complicated, unpredictable form of magic. One that should be wielded with great care. If at all.
If at all? You've overcome all of their challenges. You've more than proven yourself. You can wield it. You have the ability. Please, talk to the Keepers. If not for me, then for Anne.
Why did the Keepers want to keep Isadora quiet? Why destroy her portrait?
Ooh, it's getting more complicated. Doesn't the blind kid, Ominous or whatever his name was, know about this room? Like,
I found one of Ranrock's drills in a mine along the shore. I intend to destroy it. I'm tired of trying to reason with him.
Bombarder!
Join me. But if I don't see you there, I will reach out when I return. I have something to give you.
Lodgok's getting himself into more danger than he realizes. I'd better find him.
This room's like in Breath of the Wild. When you go to Ganon's castle, it's like the armory there. That had all like the armor and stuff.
You misbehaving little toad! Your father and I did not raise you to cheat in exams! And...
Why do students always frown? Peace should burn the castle down!
Bombarder!
Oh shit.
Confringo! Defender! Confringo! Bombarder!
It's terrible. Good thing it's only a video game cat. Portion of pickle.
Somebody, help! I've been kidnapped!
Sir, are you alright? You seem to be in some distress.
All right? Do I look all right? I've been kidnapped!
How can you be kidnapped when you're right here?
What sort of question is that? Of course I'm right here. I've more than one frame. Do you only have one home? It's my other frame. It's been stolen. And by students, no less. They paid filthy thieves to steal my other frame.
Did that really happen, or are you simply being overdramatic?
Of course it happened! I heard it straight from the horse's mouth! Oh, she is a rather horse-faced girl, that Astoria Cricket. She and her friends were moaning about me of all the nerve. Then I heard her plot to enlist a gang of good-for-nothings to have me stolen from the Three Broomsticks. That's why my other frame hung. A hovel of a place. Though I suppose one could do worse. I once knew a portrait who ended up in the Hog's Head. No one's heard from him since.
Right. So back to your frame.
Ah, yes. There I was, powdering my wig, and the next thing I knew, I was being manhandled by rogues and carried off. As if I can afford not to be at my post. I do important work for the headmaster, and I need my other frame back at the Three Broomsticks.
What do you mean you do important work for the headmaster?
Let's just say I overhear quite a bit in Serona's fine establishment, and the headmaster likes to know all about it. He's come to count on me in this regard. Reminds me of my prefect days.
I don't suppose you have any idea where your stolen frame was taken. Can you see anything from it?
I most certainly can. They brought me to a ruin of all places. Some crumbling atrocity surrounded by water from the sound of it. Oh, I do also recall seeing the coast on the way.
Just who is Astoria Cricket, and what would she want with your frame?
She's a fourth-year troublemaker, that's who. She and her band of hoodlums discuss all sorts of misdeeds right under my nose, and then resent me for overhearing them. I can only assume they took my frame in some misguided attempt to punish me for doing my job.
I could look into the matter for you.
Oh, would you? How marvelous. Do it quickly, though, won't you? The place they took me to is quite beneath me. Off you go, then.
What sort of monetary reward will I get from a paint?
You're my second favorite hero.
Oh, the Ministry will hear about this. The fiends will rot in Azkaban.
Oh, this was the quiz girl.
Bombarda. Confringo. Defendo. Confringo. Bombarda. Revelio.
It's an outrage. No one makes a fool of Ferdinand Octavius Pratt.
Guy does every game. I just jump everywhere.
Help! I've been kidnapped.
I do this a lot in Final Fantasy as well. I just jump all over the place.
Does it get any more cozy than Hogsmeade? Revelio.
Nope, it doesn't.
Aloha Mora.
The thing is, if I were to move to Thailand, it's not like I particularly want to go over there, but it's not like Japan where like I would enjoy every aspect over there. The only reason I want to go to Thailand is because of the cheaper living. Because all I would do is I would sit in the condo and probably just be doing this, just playing games or whatever, and just leaving to get food a couple times a day. That's all I would be doing every single day.
Revelio.
It is wonderful to see you back here. Oh, perhaps today you have something you'd like Penny to sell for you? Penny wishes you safe and...
Wait. Oh. Must be the same for this one then. Yeah, okay.
travels.
Wish there was just a sell all button.
Penny wishes you safe and wondrous travels.
Would you please meet with me in the Great Hall? I have come upon a difficult time, and I need a friend.
I don't want to be your friend.
Are you familiar with the hamlet of
Yes!
Irondale? It's south of the castle. I think the cave that Doran wanted us to find is near there.
Poppy Sweating. See, I don't like... Or, I like Poppy Sweeting because she's like this kind of like, she like knows what she wants or whatever, but it's like simplistic enough to, or yeah, she knows what she wants. She's like, dang it, how am I gonna phrase this? Yeah, I like Poppy Sweeting because she knows what she wants. And she's like this confident go-getter, you know? But that freaking Natsui Omai, the black chick, ugh. She's like, ugh. I don't like girls like her because, you know, she's like too confident, you know? And she just has this go-getter personality, you know? I don't like that in girls. But, you know, Poppy Sweeting, I like that confident go-getter type. But Natsui Omai, just, no. Confident go-getter just does not settle with me. Nah.
I'm sure you had your reasons, but breaking into Alfred Lawley's home wasn't the brightest idea. I'll say it again. Can't thank you enough for helping to save the village from those trolls.
Astoria Cricket?
That depends. Am I in trouble?
Ferdinand Pratt thinks you should be. Says you stole his frame.
I wouldn't call it stolen. Relocated's more like it. How do I put this nicely? Ferdinand Pratt is a postulant boil, and he's lucky I didn't have him sealed in a wall.
He truly is rather foul, isn't he?
All he does is spy on students in here and report back to the headmaster. Sometimes, if there's nothing to report, he'll make it up. I spent 4 hours in detention last week, all because he told Black that I was planning to drain the lake, whatever that means. It was the last straw. He and his frame had to go.
May I ask where you put him?
Oh, I didn't put him anywhere. The frame is likely with the fine gents I paid to snatch it. They camp in a ruin by the coast. I just wanted it far enough away that I'd never have to think about Ferdinand Pratt ever again.
You do know he's screaming in the library as we speak?
Oh, for the love of Merlin. If you ask me, he's got nothing to scream about. I could have had him put in the hogshead. The pampered Pratt would have hated it. Grimy walls, smell of goats. And the patrons, they eat snooty princes like Ferdinand for dinner. But what's done is done. He isn't here anymore, and if I were you, I should enjoy it. Lovely chatting with you.
Mind where you put your hands and you visit dog with the
Revelio.
Am I losing my mind, or did that statue iron dead? How much had you think?
Wonder if I could transfer to Ilvermorny and come back when he's gone. Black noticed the scuff on his shoe the other day and would not take another step until a house elf polished it away for him. Horrid man.
There's time for this bad headmaster, but he's had nothing to do with the plot so far. That's so, oh my, disgusting. Whatever, I have nothing else to do, so. She needs a friend right now.
Oh, nice to see you, my young friend.
Revelio.
Oh, she's just over there.
Some days I'm on.
Natty, is everything all right?
There are times when my father's absence drifts to the back of my mind. And I feel peace for a day or two. But this is not one of those times. I miss him. I miss running with him. I miss Matibeleland. He should still be here. And it's my fault that he isn't.
I'm sorry, Natty. I wish there was something I could do to help.
You have done plenty. In fact, many of my good days are good because of you. The bad days, however, I believe I would feel less helpless if I could truly put an end to Harlow and the rest of Rookwood's miserable lot. Each day they remain free, they do more damage, leaving people like Archie Bickle to suffer the consequences.
I agree, Natty. We'll get them. I've never seen someone so committed to a cause.
Thank you. I believe we will get them, beginning with Harlow. Thank you for speaking with me. It was very helpful.
Yeah, whatever, black girl. Oh God. Ugh. I've had a sore throat for the past 2 days. My nose has been all stuffy. Ugh. This is the second time I've gotten sick this year.
Confringo!
I'll have customers. I'll have customers come into the drugstore and they'll be like, yeah, you know, because they'll buy medicine. I'll be like, oh, yeah, you fighting a cold or whatever, and they're like, yeah, I've been, you know, I've had symptoms for a few weeks, but don't worry, it's not COVID. I tested negative for COVID. I'm thinking like, oh, that's right, COVID. Because I don't think about COVID anymore.
Look out!
What the fuck? She just walked through me.
Protego! Bombarda! Confringo! Defender!
But yeah, I don't think about COVID because, I mean, it doesn't really matter if I get it because I'm not really attached to this life. But I realize that people are like all concerned about it and stuff still. But at the same time, people are concerned about it. But at the same time, none of them wear their mask, so. It peeves me to no end, but, you know, whatever. That's what we call hypocritical in my neck of the woods. Honestly, it might sound like I'm racist when I say I don't like Natsui Omai here, but trust me, it's not racism. I don't like her because of her confident go-getter personality, you know? I mean, you just compare her to Poppy Sweeting, who is awesome, because Poppy Sweeting has that confident go-getter personality that I like so much. Ugh. And you just compare that to Natsui Omai, who's so gross with her confident go-getter personality, you know? I can't stand that kind of personality. She should be more like Poppy Sweeting, who has this great, confident go-getter personality, you know? See, that's the difference
Duncan owes
between
his
the
reputation to you.
That's the difference between the two. Here, where are we going? Oh, it was Centaurs. Where was the... He said coastal ruins, so I would assume around here. I'll see it though. There's a lot of the map I haven't explored yet. Yeah, it was right here. What the? Why didn't the quest pop up?
You've made a mistake. Just should have took less time, is all I was saying. Can't figure out why there's such a fuss over poaching. There's enough dumb beasts for everyone. What was that?
Petrificus totalis.
Got them both.
The beasts are safer now.
I haven't ridden on this in forever.
No one's going. I can't be having none of your nonsense. Leave me like that again and you'll see why. Stand there. Find a way to open the door.
Oh, it's a level 2.
Aloha Mora.
It's exhausting. Standing here all day, waiting to do Rookwood's work for him. He can fight his own battles. How did I get mixed up in this?
Well, it's about time. It's a wonder there's anything left of me.
Revelio.
I don't want to rescue him. Wonder if there's an option for that.
Calm down, I'm here now.
Calm down. Those buffoons outside have been talking about burning me. Me! If they weren't all sharing half a brain, they'd realize I'm worth more to them intact and at the 3 broomsticks.
How was that?
With everything I overhear, I'm a veritable trove of information. Now, don't just stand there. I need to be back by cocktail hour. The place will be like a funeral without me.
What if I don't want to return you to the 3 broomsticks?
What on earth do you mean?
I could burn you.
What if I took you to the Hog's Head instead? I've heard such nice things.
What a funny little joke. Now, the 3 broomsticks, please. Oh, they're bound to be missing me terribly. Be sure to carry me carefully, won't you? My pantaloons are already creased. Where have you put me? It's pitch black in here. I shan't stand for this.
Dang, I wanted to burn him. I'll take him to the 3. Or to...
This could prove...
No one's going to pay a ransom for that portrait.
They don't seem to care for me in Hogsmeade. Can't say I blame them, what with all I've done there.
Brave? I'd say we know who to leave at home minding the oven.
No one's going to pay a ransom for that portrait.
Oh. Oh.
Take him to the Hog's Head. Hell yeah.
You there? Are you deaf? There's a terrible draft in here coming straight up my pants.
Revelio.
My first employment was at Hogwarts.
What do we have here? A demiguise.
Wait, where? Where's the demiguise? Jeez, he's not gonna tell me.
What is the meaning of this? This isn't the 3 broomsticks.
No, it's not. It's the Hog's Head.
Did you fall into a cauldron of stupid potion? You've brought me to the wrong place. It's absolutely vile in here.
It's no three broomsticks, that's for certain.
Please, you can't mean to leave me here. Please.
Goodbye, Ferdinand. Enjoy your new home.
Oi! I normally toss the both of you out. I like the look of the fancy man. Target practice.
Bastards.
Oh, it's right here.
Revelio. Mine now, Demi, guys. Aloha Mora.
I could use an inferiors for anything. They could fight anyone.
Revelio.
For example.
One never knows when society is...
Aloha Mora.
God, I do not want to go to work tomorrow. My no Timikes.
Revelio.
I should get a
I've always
Phoenix.
said that travel broadens the mind.
Actually, no, I'm not going to. What I'm going to do is...
Dick thinks you should be proud of all the potions you've brewed.
I still have to breed toads, right? I think over here... So just mooncalves then?
Everything's all right now.
I need to find a new. Need to find a new species
Here I come.
of animal to breed.
It is wonderful to see you back here. Oh, perhaps today you have something you'd like Penny to sell for you? Penny wishes you safe and wondrous travels.
Whatever, let's go capture Phoenix.
A blockade. Rookwood's poachers are already here. Confringo. Could the Phoenix be in there? Bombarda. Confringo. Not my fault you're a deadly great spider.
Did you fall into a cauldron of stupid potion?
What? No. Keep looking. You've seen how much a single feather fetches. Just imagine the whole blooming bird.
Oh, should have stayed at the castle.
Petrificus Totalis.
You can feed a beast, or it can feed you. I prefer the latter. You! What do you think you're doing? You made one.
Bombarda! Defendo!
Nice.
Confringo!
Why are there so many school uniforms in an enemy encampment?
Bombarda!
In an adult enemy encampment?
Confringo! Bombarda!
Petrificus Totalis.
Things can fly, can't they? We keep him.
More poachers. How many are there?
Is that you, Roylance?
Who names somebody Roylance?
Petrificus Totalis.
Like how I got
The
three
beasts
of them.
around here can sleep a bit easier now.
Got 3 of them in one hit. That's pretty good.
Revelio. The Phoenix.
Who? It's a small phoenix.
It almost seems as if it wants me to follow it. I need to find it before the poachers do.
Haven't I killed all the poachers already?
Allow me to put you out of your misery.
Who are you talking to, brother?
You'd better be a beast.
Bombarda.
Protego!
Confringo!
Oh my god. What did I do?
Hello, Hamora.
So many things I want to do. I want to play Terraria and Final Fantasy and watch One Piece and cuddle. But no, I have to wait. Waiting's alright. I do have to wait though.
There it is again.
Where? Thanks, Obama. Didn't show me where it was.
Confringo. Revelio. Whoa. Ah. Confringo. Bombarda. Defender. Confringo. Oh. Cursed fiends.
Oh my god. Sound like Sebastian.
Confringo. Bombarda. Confringo.
Well, if it isn't the little hippogriff thief, you're not getting away this time.
You're gonna regret it. Defender. Confringo.
No. Come back here.
Leviosa! Potato!
Confringo.
Leviosa!
Confringo.
How's the view? Leviosa!
What have you done? Defender. Bombarda.
Confringo! How did that feel?
Confringo. Glacius. That was for High Wing.
Oh my god, High Wing? It's a while ago.
Confringo. Bombarda. Revelio.
It's a bird.
Hello. I'm here to help. I can take you somewhere safe.
Rescue the phoenix with a knapsack.
Let's get you back to the room. Deke's going to be pleased. This looks intriguing.
Lord Cook.
Did you find the phoenix?
Yes, and I rescued it from the poachers. I have it here. It's safe.
Remarkable. Well, what are you waiting for? Deke cannot wait to... My heavens. What a beauty. You keep it close.
I'm gonna sell on the black market for $100,000. Then I'm gonna move to Egypt. Buy a pyramid.
Professor Weasley and Deke were right to tell you about the Room of Requirement. Look at all you've done, and how many beasts you've rescued. A phoenix is safe now, because of you.
I couldn't have done it without your help, Deke. Thank you.
Deke is grateful for the kind words, and also grateful to have been of assistance to someone like yourself. Helping you do such good for so many beasts has given Deke a sense of peace Deke hasn't known in years. Deke will always be here for you when you need him.
Need to find another phoenix. Okay. So the quest gave me 1 phoenix feather for doing the whole thing. Me taking care of it for 30 seconds gave me 2. So
Deke cannot believe how many beasts you have here.
at least he's not saying something about the potions.
Resource indeed, your field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Why did all those pots break?
Bombarda, Confringo, Defendo. Hello, nice to see you again.
You as well. What can I...
What do you have for...
What can I help you with today? Glad you were able to stop by.
Alright. Time to experience Poppy's confident.
I know what that means.
Go-getter.
Merlin trial.
Personality.
Revelio. Mysterious and a bit unsettling. What to do? Revelio. Confringo. Revelio. Confringo! Revelio. Confringo.
Do I want to do them all at the relative same time?
That's that. Settled.
Cool. The only thing I don't have is a fooper. Whatever, I'll catch a fooper right now.
I'll make you wish you were back at school.
Hello? I don't have time for this. Ha!
Arresto momentum. I'll look after you.
If I can Accio them.
What am I doing here? This patrol is worthless.
Accio. Arresto momentum. Settle yourself. I mean you no harm.
Perhaps I'll Velcro for something to poach.
I'm famished.
Petrificus totalis.
What was that? I feel as though I'm not alone. What's that? Who's there? Next time I see Fig or that student, I'll give them what they deserve. What? Who is it?
Petrificus totalis. I know a Merlin trial when I see one. Revelio.
Enjoy suffering, do you?
Confringo. These Merlin trials won't get the best of me.
There's a lot of experience to level 35. What the hell? Okay, Hogwarts.
Here.
Cool. Complete the challenge. They want me to rest 27 piece. Great.
On another adventure, are we?
Those jars breaking is hilarious.
Looks rather dark in there. Never stop.
You made it.
What did I make? All right.
Bombarda. Confringo. Bombarda. Defender. Confringo. Bombarda.
I made it. We.
I take it this means you had some luck at the library?
It took a few hours and some eye-watering maps, but I think this might be the cave Doran told us about.
Impressive. Especially with how little information he gave us.
Well, I'm still not sure this is the cave, but it did seem the most promising. I stumbled across some folklore about a cave in the area that people avoid. Seemed the perfect place to hide something of value. It's a bit of a leap, I confess, but might a mysterious item such as a special moonstone be hidden in an equally mysterious cave? I think I'm desperate for anything at this point.
Did you discover why people avoid this cave?
Ridiculous, really. Rumour was that the cave drove people mad. I couldn't find any account by someone who had been in the cave, though. So either it is a rumour, or anyone who went in wasn't in any state to speak of it afterwards.
Well, we're here. We might as well have a look.
Agreed. I wonder if you'd go blind from staring directly at a moonstone.
Bombarda! Confringo! Defender!
Oh, that's a brilliant idea.
She can't figure it out. Here, guys, I'm good enough. Hope you all enjoyed the stream. Hope you all enjoyed me talking for hours and hours. Yeah, guys, ChatGPT. Look it up, or you guys can start using it. It's really cool. Basically, just fool around with it. It gives you anything that you want to know, or what you want to do, or any troubles or concerns that you guys have, or whatever. I mean, you could pretty much say anything to it. You could literally say, "I'm feeling sad today" to the thing, and it'll give you a response. And then you can have a conversation about it. You can even give it personalities. You could tell it to be a loving wife. You could say, you are now Xavier, a talking cat who loves its owner. And then you could ask a question. Hi Xavier, what did you do today? And it'll probably give you a response like, oh, I just stayed in your room, licking myself and napping on your bed. Hey, you can make it pretend to be a talking cat. But yeah, guys, hope y'all enjoyed. I'm going to bed. Night night, y'all. See ya in the next video. Peace. Mwah.